gets the win, 4-1, and the celebration is there between
DARTS. Are we looking at 3 big shots? Oh my word!
Wave, he's changing his tack now. He thinks he's dropped that treble a little, and it proves to be a good choice. Hi there, good morning. Welcome to the Modus Super Series on Tuesday. And Conor Heenahan was the main man on Monday, but maybe not as dominant as expected. Watching all of the action with me then and again today, Paul Nicholson, a very good morning. And just touching on that, Heenahan was the best player in the group, but maybe not by the distance expected by the odds compilers and many watching.
I agree with you. I think he's definitely susceptible today, so he's got to put his foot down just a little bit more, just to make sure that he's got a nice cushion going into Wednesday. If he's only 2 points ahead and he has the same sort of day as yesterday, I'm not going to be sitting here tomorrow talking to someone saying that he is a huge favourite. I think he's still got to find another gear.
Just on the positives for Conor, that victory in the previous series, do you think that has given him a little bit more confidence on returning to this stage?
I like to think so. I think if you've just done something that has been your best effort, you should feel confident about doing it the next time. He hadn't won a week until last time. He hadn't played in a Champions Week until last time. And let's face it, his Saturday record is perfect. So he will expect to qualify for Saturday night, but you should always never take that for granted. And if he's got those kind of mindsets coming into today, then he should be fine.
We'll have a chat about who we think might be the best of the rest, but one player who did show a really high standard at times yesterday was Moreno Blom. Fast pace as well. What did you make of him on his return?
He's so great to watch. I like his creativity. I love the way he approaches the game, but he does have a bit of a weakness, and that's inconsistency. When he gets it right, he gets it very right, and he's popular in the practice room, obviously, as is Simon Adams. But this is not a criticism coming from me. It's an observation by a lot of people who work in this industry. We like what we see with him, and we've seen it with other players in the past. The likes of MVG back in, say, 2010 and 11. He was trying to work on consistency. Jelle Klassen had the same sort of issues, trying to figure out how he could be consistent. What do they all have in common? They're very swift. So Moreno has got that same journey to come.
Talk us through the table, Paul, because it doesn't necessarily paint an accurate picture of performances yesterday, does it?
No, I don't think so. I mean, you look at Stefan Hendrik, he's averaged 79 for the day yesterday, and he's found himself in 4th position. Both 5th and 6th have averaged better than he has, but they find themselves below him. So after one day of play, it is a little bit befuddling, but I'm sure after Tuesday and a little bit of Wednesday's play going into the final furlong, it'll be a bit more accurate.
Well, let's see how the bookies have changed things in terms of the odds. And in fact, they have gone even shorter on Conor Heenahan, who now becomes an odds-on favourite to win this group. Interesting that the second player is Tom Lonsdale. It may have gone unnoticed that he had the highest average across the day yesterday.
And he had the highest average in an individual game, which was a winning average as well, which I think is important. So when we look at who could potentially make a move on Tuesday, I look at Lonsdale. I am buoyed by the fact that his numbers were good, but the numbers have got to be good and the win ratio's got to be good as well.
He'll be action in the opening game, so we'll get through to comms to talk about that. But the first match, as mentioned, is Tom Lonsdale. He's taking on Stefan Hendrik, who was decent on debut himself, but Lonsdale was the best performer statistically. Let's see how aware he is of that. He spoke to Phil Bars earlier this morning.
Tom, here we go. Day 2 of Group A. Looking back on yesterday, how would you assess it?
I had some really good games and a couple of games which obviously I lost to Moreno 4-0 in a game that was over before it even started, really. But yeah, the game against Conor was close, and then I played some good stuff in most of it. My finishing was good and scoring was good. So if I can take that into the rest of the week, I'm quite confident I can do quite well. Last time we saw you here, you came here as an ADC qualifier. What was it like getting the call as an automatic invite to come back? Felt really privileged to get that, to be honest, because it was a big aim for me to get down here, and it was difficult to qualify. And then to get invited back on merit is obviously sort of a good thing. So, where is the game overall in 2024? I just missed out at Q School by a couple of games, which in hindsight I think I probably got better by not having a card and being able to play down here and play on the ADC and play challenge tours when I can. So I think not having a card now is better in probably the long term for myself.
When you say when you can, is it difficult to juggle darts with normal life?
Yeah, me and my partner, we just had a little boy 3-4 months ago, so that's obviously something that takes some getting used to and balancing everything else and that. So yeah, but I'm just starting to, like, things are settling down and starting to play a little bit more now, a bit more consistently. So coming into the back end of the year, get some good prep and then see what happens next year at Q School again.
Is the long-term goal still to go and get on the tour, and do you believe you have the game to go and do well on that?
Yeah, I think so. I'd like to at least do it, at least get on there one time and just see how I get on with playing against the top guys.
And what are the aims for this week?
Get through the Saturday night and then see what happens. For the first 3 days, ideally, obviously everyone wants to win the group, but if you can get into that Group B, then that's also like the second aim, really.
Well, Tom, wish you all the very best ahead of play, mate.
Top man. Cheers, Phil.
Phil Barrs asking the questions. Philosophical from Tom Lonsdale in the answers. And he was playing at a very high standard yesterday. Maybe 6 points. Could have been more. Stefan Hendrick managed to get a couple of wins to his name on his debut here. The man wearing a cone of chips on his shirt. Tom Lonsdale from Bridgewater, 27 years of age, winner on the ADC circuit. And made it through, actually, to the Super Series by winning one of those events, but has been invited back. Such was the prowess of his performances. And he hasn't let us down, Paul, with what he did yesterday.
Not at all. I think his standard was good. I think he had one bad game.
Stefan to throw first. Game on.
He had one bad game against Moreno Blom in game number 7, where he lost 4-0, but the rest of it was very good indeed. And the fact that he did have a 78 average
54
in that 4-0 loss and still averaged over 90 for the day tells you where his game could potentially be at coming into the most important portion of this group. What is important, however, is that he gets himself onto 8 points alongside Blom
85.
and Heenahan, potentially for Blom because he's got a game against Banks in game 3.
100.
Got to keep pace on Tuesday or make a move and make sure that Wednesday can be very fruitful.
100. Stefan, your record 161.
Hendrick will get the first look at a finish. No need to take it out.
85.
Of course, this game yesterday was won in a last leg decider by Lonsdale. Their situations could have been reversed.
98. Stefan, your record 76.
You had 6 last leg deciders yesterday, which is quite a high number.
Game on the first.
And that's a high double.
Stefan
And a really good start on the finishing for Stefan yet again, who had his biggest finish in his
Second leg,
first
it's
leg
Thompson
yesterday of
first.
101.
I'll tell you what, you mentioned 6 last leg deciders. I didn't even notice that, and I was here. That's how quick
180.
most of these players are.
Well, we had one game yesterday.
100.
It was between Banks and Blom. 6 legs in 9 minutes.
84.
That doesn't happen every week. Some of these players are very, very quick.
First 180 goes the way of
85.
Lonsdale in this match. As mentioned in our pre-action conversation, an average of 90.07 across 5 games yesterday, including the highest of the day, 98.64. Second highest came from
45.
Simon Adams of
Tommy record
96
57.
and change. He's in action next against Conor Heenahan.
Double top.
17.
Could have been for a 12 dart leg, but he'll take 5 visits to draw level at 1-1, that's for sure. And Tom had
80.
an
Tommy
awful lot
record
to smile
40.
about yesterday.
Game
He's
on
smiling
the
about
second
that
leg.
as well.
Tom Lonsdale.
He wasn't top of the table after day 1, but like you mentioned, he had the best
The leg, it's Stefan to
running
throw first.
average,
Game.
best individual average in a game, best check out of anybody yesterday. So his
59.
form is obviously decent. The only metrics he wasn't winning at were 180s and
57.
league position. But yesterday was pretty decent on the 180s, 36 of them.
100.
Yeah, I think the players that play at great pace often produce the most maximums because their grouping
100.
seems to be so consistent. It's when they throw a wayward dart they struggle to correct it. Bit like that. Look at that over adjustment.
60.
Yeah, good point. But think about the amount of players back in the 1980s who used to throw like this with no
59.
stopping point. And now having a stopping point is almost the minimal thing.
96.
The more common thing is for people to floor like MVG or Michael Smith or like Tom Lonsdale.
140.
Wasn't it great that in that interview with Phil, he said he was privileged to be invited back on merit? Well, it just goes to
55.
show, doesn't it? If you are an
145.
ADC qualifier, you might not have to qualify again if you do good things.
65.
Yeah, pretty impressed with him. I've been equally impressed with Stefan Hendrick on his maiden Modus Super Series appearance.
91.
And he tees
Johnny
up that very
McGuire, 80.
nicely in case Lonsdale can't claim the leg.
Double top, and it's open. Very
James
good.
on the third left.
Great timing.
Tom Lonsdale.
That's exactly what you want in your first game. A perfectly timed
Well,
break
there
of
gets
throw,
Tom
and
to
now
throw
he can
first.
shoot forward.
Game.
And here he goes.
139.
Seems very comfortable. And the temperature in Portsmouth has gone up a couple of degrees today.
60.
And this place will be fairly warm. I think the one person who's going to be the most comfortable with that is Simon Adams.
180.
Well, this situation's getting very, very good for Tom.
41.
Yeah, not only is he picking up where he left off yesterday, he's actually increasing his performance level on
53.
day 2 of what is week 9 of Series 8.
Permission to get excited
100.
about
Tommy Record,
Champions Week already?
129.
Absolutely. And permission to get excited about this group because everybody had written the
57.
script for Conor Heenahan to run away with it. I think we're seeing that he's going to have more than one rival.
140.
Couldn't agree more.
Tommy Record, 72.
Now, is it another check out in this range? He's going to gamble.
32.
That was a
Tommy Record,
calculated gamble,
160.
going for treble 16, but now he's praying that the 160 doesn't go, which is exactly the case.
He's right to
100.
gamble,
Tommy
but I
Record,
think that
40.
is riskier on 160 than it is, for example, on something a lot smaller like 133.
20. Stephanie requires 60.
Well, well, well. There's a twist in the tail here. Tops. Oh, and it's the wrong
52.
double. Here we go again. Just
Tommy
like
required
yesterday, we had
20.
loads of that.
Surely the board's been put in the right spot,
Game shot on the
but they
fourth
kept
leg.
hitting
Tom
neighbouring doubles
Lonsdale.
yesterday. On that occasion, Lonsdale comes back, collects a leg. And you've
leg,
mentioned
it's Stefan
timing in the
to throw
previous
first.
leg. There we saw a classic example. The leg before, Lonsdale gets a break with an 80 check out. The
86.
following leg, Hendrick doesn't take the chance that was gifted to him, and Lonsdale is in a perfect position to go on and win the match.
All sport is about
100.
timing in some sort of way, whether it's the way you strike a ball, the timing of getting to the finishing
51.
line, the timing of a shot. That's why so many watch companies sponsor sports events.
85.
'Cause it is all about timing. And Stefan, who had a pretty decent debut day representing Belgium. We have seen some really good Belgian performers
54.
here over the last couple of years because we are approaching the 2-year anniversary since we came here, which will be September the 3rd.
180.
And that was a very good third dart, wasn't it? 2 before that weren't too bad either.
58. Stephanie required 84.
I think Tom got his maths wrong there. He should have been going to the 18s with dart 2 instead of dart 3.
48. $97. Stephanie
Most
required
popular
36.
Result yesterday was 4-2. That'll be what Tom is
Games on the
hoping
fifth
for.
leg. Stefan Hendrick.
However, Hendrick would love to take it to a last leg decider for the second game in a row against Tom.
Sixth leg, it's Tom to throw first. Game on. 80.
He did have a few darts like that yesterday. They were clattering into darts already in the board and finding the floor. I don't know about you,
100.
Murph, but I'm starting to see that more than ever.
Yeah. It's not
57.
darts falling out of the board, is it? It's hitting each other and the reaction being so severe that
96.
the point's not pointing towards the dartboard anymore.
Well, I've got two possible philosophies with this.
57.
One, it does tend to happen more with molded flight technology, and I'm sure the companies that make those flights
119.
dispute that. So my other philosophy is the players are getting the darts closer together than ever.
57.
And that's where you start thinking about barrel shape and things, isn't it? Because you get some players who actually use a certain type of barrel shape, because when the darts hit each other,
100.
they'll actually just brush off and not react so brutally.
Absolutely. How many times do you get Luke Humphries having darts on the floor? And he uses a shape that tapers out instead of tapers in.
54. Stephanie Require 86.
Yeah, all sorts of variables, the weight of the dart, the thickness of the flight system.
66.
You mentioned the molded flights. Some are quite flexible, aren't they? But others are really rigid.
Yeah, and these ones are really rigid.
140. Stephanie
But they were
Require
brilliantly
20.
there. Don't make a mistake now. And he
Games
doesn't.
on the sixth flag.
Finishing
Stefan
in this
Hendrick.
game has been pretty impressive.
Well, 4-3 yesterday, 4-3
Seventh and
today, but
final
which
leg,
way?
it's Stefan to throw
Hendrick has
first.
the advantage
Game
of
on.
throw in the final leg of the match. Can he make it count?
If he does make a count on his own throw,
121.
he's going to join the party on 6 points with Blom and Lonsdale. And Blom will have that game in
43.
hand, and Heenahan would have a game in hand on everyone.
83.
He's got Simon Adams next, and he does have the opportunity of going to 10 points first. And I believe that's always a good sign.
57.
If you can get to double figures before anybody else, that's never a bad thing.
81.
Yeah, but Adams had the opportunity yesterday, didn't he? Against Heenahan. Another game that went the distance.
121.
If Lonsdale walks away from the stage with a loss in this match, it will feel very,
81.
very strange. Because it is a match where he has bossed the first 2/3 of it. He might still get the victory. What a 180 is that? I mean, that's timing personified. But the 135's on. Still.
90. Tommy Require 100.
Well, you said the word timing. This would be perfectly timed, but it's not perfectly
65.
pitched.
Stephanie Require 45.
He's had his chance. Well, that's different. Double 15.
30.
He's had his chance, and now
Tommy Require
Lonsdale gets a second
35.
bite of the cherry.
$31. Stephanie Require 15.
What a strange ending to what's been a gripping first game of the day.
11.
And it still
Tommy
continues.
Require 4.
Finally,
Game shot and the match.
Lonsdale lands the
Tom
double
Lonsdale.
that wins the match, and they can be the scrappy little victories that make the difference in the end, whether it's pursuit of a table-topping position and a place at finals night, or maybe a spot in Group B. Stefan left to scratch his head. He can't believe what's happened. It looks like someone's nicked his chips. It's a 4-3 win for Tom Lonsdale at the end of that one. He picks up the points once again and climbs up the table into P2. Coming next, the man in P1, Conor Heenahan against Simon Adams.
Welcome back to the coverage, and game number 2 is about to begin with Simon Adams taking his first bout here on Tuesday, taking on Conor Heenahan, who still leads the table, even though he has got some company now on 8 points. Tom Lonsdale coming through that very interesting battle in the first match. So Adams, if he wants to stay relevant in the table for now at this early stage of the second day, a win here against Heenahan would definitely do him some good. Because Adams would go to 6 and Heenahan would stay on 8. Looks like Simon is ready for battle. And Conor needs a few more extra darts, which is a little bit unconventional.
First leg, it's Simon.
There he is, the 56-year-old from Port Elizabeth.
Game on.
Using a 24-gram Simon Whitlock dart. A man who averaged just shy of 83 yesterday. Using a brand new set of flights today as well, which is good to see. Yesterday's flights were looking a little bit ragged.
22.
In fact, if you compare the averages of Simon Adams and Conor Heenahan from yesterday, they weren't that different. They only had 2 points difference, which is not a great deal. But the points difference was 4 points, and that's quite a lot for a daily campaign.
$90.
Conor did have the most 180s yesterday of any player. He had 9, and he is noted as being the kind of player that dips his bread in the maximum column quite a lot. But I don't think we've seen the best of him by any stretch of the imagination here this week. Best average yesterday, 88.41. Which is not bad, don't get me wrong.
44.
It was a 4-0 win against Banks in game number 9. At a point in the day where he was undefeated. But considering his personal best here of 115 plus, there's not one gear to go. There's more than one gear to find. Looks like somebody's starting to settle in today.
130.
Very, very good stuff from Heenahan down south
158.
to leave himself on a 2-darter. It's the kind of thing that Lonsdale did in the last leg of the previous match. When he hit a maximum to leave 100, he could have taken 280 and 5 darts. It took him a few more than that in the end. And it's going to take Heenahan a minimum
60.
of 4 to take 100 if he gets a shot. Keeping it simple. Double top for Simon.
Game shot in the first leg. Simon Adams.
Very, very good. Great start. Doubles yesterday.
Second leg, it's Conor to throw first.
26%. The worst percentage of any player. But that doesn't tell you the full
70.
story. Adams gave himself a lot of opportunities yesterday. He had 53 darts at a double compared to that of Conor Heenahan, who had 56. If he'd hit a few more doubles instead of having so many misses, I am pretty confident that Adams would have been on the same amount of points as Heenahan, if not just 2 behind. He did let a few legs go. First game he played yesterday, he won 4-2 against Banks.
60.
He had 2 ton plus checkouts of 135 and 122. But they came after he'd already missed quite a few darts at double.
61.
And he probably doesn't want me to say this, but against Heenahan yesterday, he did miss 20 darts at the outer ring. We saw more darts at double in this fixture yesterday than any other. A grand total of 40 darts at the bull or the outer ring.
125.
Connor, who did have an impeccable approach in the first leg using the 19s, will use the 19s when he comes back, especially now that Simon is on a finish.
121. Connie require 126.
Not a bad marker for the 57. As it turns out,
54.
it was just a
Simon
little bit too
require
far away.
80.
Has he missed the single? The cardinal sin
40.
of a shot like
Connie
80 is
requires
that you cannot miss
72.
your singles. He didn't miss it by much, but a miss is a miss. Connor needs tops.
52.
And he may just pay the price
Simon require 40.
for that third dart miss.
Game shot
Very
the second
good.
leg. Simon Adams.
Now, is he going to have a better day on the doubles? If he gets the same amount of opportunities, it could be a very good day for the South African.
The leg, it's Simon to throw first. Game on.
He will feel like the godfather of the group. He is the oldest by quite some distance. Banks is only 17. You got Heenahan and Blom and Lonsdale,
81.
all in their 20s. Only Stefan Hendrick, who is 50, is anywhere close to the saint.
97.
Having a chat with Simon this morning. My first time meeting the guy, and the guy's got an aura of positivity, which is wonderful to be around these days. Immensely grateful to be invited
28.
back to the Super Series. It's going to be a long, difficult week for him, playing potentially 6 straight days.
180.
2 180s in the
85.
game now. 1 each. And Connor, if he wants to get into this match, he's doing the right thing about it, because the last thing you want to do is go 3-0 down.
46.
Well, apologies, Paul. You do have a co-commentator, but when nature calls, what on earth happened? Simon Adams 2-0 to the good, and not showing any sign of relenting.
140.
He's been really good at taking chances.
100.
Now, is he going to take this
Simon
one?
require 167.
This is arguably the hardest finish on the board. The biggest finish yesterday came from Tom
60.
Lonsdale,
Connie
152.
require 78.
But I would be flabbergasted if that's the biggest by the end of the week. This game has been about shots like this. The 2 dart kills.
38.
One person is
Simon
taking
require
shots like that.
107.
One isn't. Well, that leaves 86. Now that shot's off. Heenahan, for the first time in this match, gets 3 clean darts at a double. And he cannot
44.
afford to miss.
Connie require 40.
Double 10.
Game shot on the third.
That will
leg.
be relief for
Connor
Connor.
Heenan.
First dart that is successful at a double for the day, and now he can build on it.
Fourth leg, it's Connor to throw first. Game on.
If Adams can convert this to a victory, it would be a huge spanner in the
57.
works, wouldn't it? It'd change this group totally. Connor hasn't kicked off with any big visit. Simon has.
100.
And I'm going to go back to what you were saying at the top of the show, Murph. I don't see a massive amount of evidence numerically and in a
55.
behavioural sense as well, that shows me that Conor Heenahan is a massive favourite in this group. I think it's a lot tighter than it has been shown to be by the odds compilers. I'm still saying that now, 3.5 legs into this first match of his day. I think this group could cause problems for him over the next day and a half.
140.
Think about the amount of different players that Conor Heenahan's played against now that he's been here for
100.
9 weeks now. This is his 9th week in a couple of years. Spent a lot of time here. Must have played against
100.
easily
Simon Iroquois, 126.
60 different players. Bullseye finish again. And again
Game
successful.
fourth leg.
Just like his first game yesterday.
Simon Adams.
Well, it's in his hands.
Fifth leg, it's Simon to throw
Simon Adams,
first.
one away from a seismic shock. And I did have a
Game
chat
on.
with Simon this morning, and he was telling me that when he is here, he plays his best stuff. He actually admitted his mean average when he plays predominantly in South Africa is around 75 to
41.
80. We're seeing him hit averages higher than that here. We're seeing him hit north of 80 over the day, 82.77, but a high of 96.13 yesterday, a high in his previous visit of 107. He plays beyond himself on this stage.
81.
Can I delve into that?
Go ahead.
Because I remember when I first moved to Australia, one of the reasons I improved when I moved there was
100.
because the conditions were better. The ockies were better. The boards were better. The atmospheres were more spacious. And it's a fact. If you give dart players a
41.
world-class board and a world-class ocky and space to play, they will play better. Why do you think professional golfers always play well on their courses on tour?
87.
Because they're always pristine.
Do you think this is the perfect setting for peak performance?
Yes, I do. Especially
125.
when you consider that there are players who prefer to play with a library-style atmosphere here, but there are others who prefer to play with the fans.
44.
Jimmy Van Schie is the perfect example of that. How many times does he play better on a Saturday compared to during the week? But the setting itself, the ocky, the stage, the board, the entire setup,
43.
it lends itself to the perfect game.
In general, darts is a concentration and relaxation sport. So to play in a room full of people, which is what you get in most events,
85.
is going to
Simon
be
Iroquois,
with distraction.
170.
whether that is other darts players playing on their boards next to you, behind you, wherever, or whether it's an audience. So during the week at the Super Series, on stage, in a bubble, with just you, the opponent, and the referee,
40.
that should suit players
Well,
like
they
Simon
require
Adams. That
140.
dart won't suit him much.
It's another dart on the floor. That was a flight collision.
100.
Now
Simon
watch out.
Iroquois, 130.
It's another possible bullseye finish, but this one is to win the match. Connor's done well to leave tops here,
47. Conor
but this
Iroquois,
checkered
40.
percentage has got to improve. And it
Game
does
shot
just
on the
there.
fifth leg. Conor
Now he's
Hayden.
2 from 6, which is respectable, but his opponent has not missed at a double
Sixth
yet.
leg, it's Conor to throw first. Game on.
I think we're going to have a very similar day to yesterday, you know. Lots of tight matches in the
180.
first half. We only had 2 4-0s yesterday, which came in the middle. Predominantly, it was a day of 4-2s and
37.
4-3s. Which is the way it should be, really.
57.
Makes you wonder as well, after what Simon was saying about performance, when you come here, who else would benefit from that? More people from South Africa, maybe? More people who don't necessarily get exposed to an environment like this?
I think it tells you a lot about yourself, doesn't it? Because
100.
on the one hand,
140.
you don't have the distractions. On the other hand, there is no hiding place. You can't blend into the crowd.
49.
Some people don't want to do that these days. They want to make a name for themselves. And this is the right place to do that. If you do want to blend, it's absolutely not the right place.
78.
Simon Adams
Connie Require,
fading
91.
in this game, though. Heenahan has hit back here after that brilliant 1-2-6. It's Connor that's come back.
71.
And Connor's job is very clear now. Make sure that Simon doesn't get another dart at a double. And if he accomplishes that mission, he will be on 10 points before anybody else.
42. Connie Require, 20.
2 5s. And that's exactly what he didn't want.
No score.
Well, as Adams would say himself,
Simon Require, 144.
check it out. But can he?
Sometimes I wish we had a Kiwi player here, you know, and I could use one of the things that they like to say
Connie Require,
for a shot like that.
20.
If Connor hits the double, I'll say it.
Game shot on the 6th flag.
That's a great pig.
Connor Heenahan.
Because it sounds like great pig, doesn't it?
I was going to say, what did you call me? I know I'm wearing pink today,
7
Paul,
from
but
final leg. It's Simon to
Yeah,
throw
the Kiwis, they
Game
have
on.
slightly different vowels, and they call it a good peg. That's what the Australians do as well. So the Kiwis say it better than anybody else. Great pig.
81.
that could be an important last start that for Simon Adams because he seemed to have lost his way a little bit in this game. Heenahan tries to turn up the heat, but only 100 keeps Adams in it.
I was saying in the start of this game that it could be a very tough week for Simon.
45.
We've spoken to some young players who play 25 games during the week in a Group A and a Group C, and then finals night as well. Could be 29 games.
100.
That's a tough slog for someone even like Sebastian Białecki, who's one of the fittest dart players out there when it comes to playing lots of games.
100.
Simon is more than double Sebastian's age.
And you just get the sense in this game he's clinging on. He's going to have to rely, I think, on that perfect record
60.
on doubles if he's to win this match.
I couldn't agree more. For me, he's got to get 105 or more here.
Well, that now won't happen.
85.
Ken saves a shot with the last dart. But Heenahan just one treble away from leaving a finish himself, and he's already got that.
83.
See, I think that's a really aggressive approach. I like the 19s with the last dart because even if you hit the single and leave 1-4-2, that's an easier finish than 1-4-1.
85. Connie Require,
Again, just makes it more
150.
difficult for himself, Simon Adams. He's going to get a look at the 105 if Heenahan does not take this out, and he won't. So Adams, who has kind of struggled through the last 2 or
42.
3 legs,
Simon Require,
but hasn't missed a dart at double in the game. The question is, does he get another?
He does.
85.
And the first miss at a double in the match
Connie Require, 116.
for Adams gives Heenahan a very decent chance of winning the game.
And he is going to get a go himself. Oh my.
76.
Has missed a big number.
Simon Require, 20.
And now Simon Adams gets 3 clear darts to knock Conor Heenahan off his perch. 3 goes 3 hits earlier in the game. That's now 3 darts, 3 misses. But he does
Game
land the winning
shot of the
double.
match.
And Simon Adams
Simon
can't
Adams.
believe that he has just conquered Conor Heenahan. The Saint seals the win in dramatic fashion, held his nerve and held his throw in the decider. Last dart in hand double, and the Saints takes glory in that one. The second 4-3 scoreline of the day. Tom Lonsdale getting the better of Stefan Hendricks. Simon Adams seeing off Conor Heenahan. And coming next, Moreno Blom will take on Thomas Banks. Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth. A word of advice, do not blink for the next 8 or 9 minutes because this will be absolutely rapid as the 17-year-old sensation Thomas Banks takes on the fastest thrower in the Netherlands, potentially, Moreno Blom. There are a few quick uns, aren't they, from Holland. 22 years of age, back at the Super Series, taking on the Bulldog, who also returns for a second try. And this game could be the speediest of the day. The last match, Paul, took 19 minutes to complete. I think this one could be done in a third of that time.
And it doesn't matter
First
how
leg,
many
it's
legs they play.
Moreno to throw first. Game on.
Styles make fights. Styles make dart matches. That's what Chris Mason says.
130.
He's absolutely right. These two know exactly what's about to happen.
90.
It's a bit like sticking Marco Antonio Barrera and Eric Morales in a boxing ring and said, there you go, lads, off you go.
125.
It's going to be 12 rounds of carnage.
The pair of them this morning were racing through their bullseye challenges. They'll be out later in the week. But if you do want to see a very impressive bullseye challenge, check out the one featuring Luke Humphries, live now on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel. But he wasn't even the star of the show.
105.
Yeah, I saw it last night. It was very good. Love that.
Game shot in the
12
first
dart
leg.
at 45
Moreno
seconds. Well, we're back right
Second leg,
on
it's Thomas to throw first. Game.
what we saw yesterday. And here's the scary thing. That was half
122.
the length, seconds-wise. Yeah, you might need that, Thomas. just take the flight and leave the dart on the board.
Would have been funnier if Blom had just thrown 2 of his darts and taken that score.
Yeah, what I was about to say was yesterday they averaged 90 seconds a leg.
137.
That first leg was half of that.
100.
Yeah, this is speed darting, isn't it? Here at the Super Series.
I think this is one of the reasons why
100.
sport is so good and why darts has become more watchable over the last 10 to 15 years
85.
than ever.
Thomas, you're back on
Because more
142.
players play like this.
78.
And that's why young players do play like this, because they want to be part of something that's exciting.
96. Thomas, you require
It
64.
doesn't matter what your attention span. You're going to enjoy this.
Game shot on the second.
And Thomas
leg.
is going to enjoy
Thomas
that.
Banks.
Well, that leg,
Phil against Marino to throw first. Game on.
1 minute and 13 seconds.
Yeah.
Positively slow.
100.
Come on, pick it up, boys.
Look at the desire on the face of this young man.
180.
As far as his 180s yesterday, very good. Same as Blom, 7 each.
97.
And I get the feeling if he had a good night's sleep last night,
30.
'cause I was speaking to George Killington yesterday about Thomas. He thinks that he's played a lot of darts recently.
86.
If he slept well last night and he's refreshed today, he'll be a much bigger threat than he was yesterday, yielding only 2 points.
93.
Yeah, I think actually he was unlucky because he averaged in the middle, really. It wasn't
140.
It was about the same as Simon Adams, better than Stefan Hendrick, not that far behind Conor Heenahan.
58. Marino
As you
requires
said, he hit the same
78.
amount of 180s as this man, who's now looking at double 12 and now double 6. Can't find it.
66. Thomas, you require
But he only had
140.
28 darts at double all day. That doesn't tell me he wasn't scoring well. It tells me his opponents were taking things out at the right time against him and denying him chances.
60.
I just think he
Marino
ran into a
require
few
12.
yesterday.
Game
Time
shot
will
on the third
tell
leg. Marino
to see
block.
if that happens again. 3 legs completed in 3.5 minutes.
Fourth leg, it's Thomas to throw first.
They're running at about 15 to 20% quicker today than they were yesterday, which is frightening.
96.
Just to put that into context, Conor Heenahan had twice the amount of darts at double as
82.
Thomas Banks yesterday. Simon Adams almost had twice the amount as many. Stefan Hendrick had more than twice that amount.
96.
That proves your point that maybe he was the best canvas yesterday
43.
for good performances. Heenahan had his best performance against Banks. Lonsdale had his best performance of the day against Banks. Need I say any more? Or need we say any more?
That was a classy
43.
setup there from
Thomas, you require
Thomas.
170.
Using the 25 for the 139 to leave the 170.
Dart players
90.
really do think differently, don't they? These days. There's no way that the large crop of
42.
players would
Thomas,
have done
require
that
80.
10 years ago. Now it's the norm.
$60.
Well, he's got time on his side.
60.
What is it they say? Time is
Thomas, you
always
require
against
20.
us. Is that from The Matrix? I think it is. Well, don't dodge this
Game
one.
shot on the
It's
fourth
2-2.
leg.
Can't get enough
Thomas
of this
Banks.
game. It's been brilliant.
Fifth leg, it's Marino to throw first.
Yeah, 2 guys averaging 90 plus at this pace. This is the kind of game that
140.
everybody wants to see.
137.
There's been a bit of banter this morning between the referee and Thomas Banks because of the colours he wears
140.
and the team he supports.
57.
If
140.
anything, this game's getting faster. That's a great last start. How did he get that through? But Blom is going to set himself up here.
61.
Do you think they're going to clear 9 minutes?
95. Moreno
It
required
may
20.
well take whoever wins this leg to win the next one as well. And it might
16.
be Thomas Banks
Thomas
who's going to get an
112.
opportunity here at 112. Doesn't have to stay on that target. And he did manage to find a switch. Treble 18 would have left double 19.
56. Moreno required
This
4.
young man can count. That
Gage
young
on the
man is
fifth
ahead,
leg.
though.
Moreno Blom.
Great match to watch. But sometimes you just need proof of a darting
Sig
brain.
against Thomas does right first.
Seeing Thomas go for that treble 18 instead of that block 60, that tells me a lot about what
140.
he knows about this game.
And that's at 17. There are players at 57
100.
that have never ever entertained that. And I think it tells us a lot about the way that darts players come through these days, through academies,
140.
with mentors, learning the maths, as well as the physical aspect of the game.
Yeah, that's a really
41.
big hat tip to the JDC, who've done a brilliant job with Thomas. But it's not just them. What about the
95.
players he surrounds himself with? The players he practices against? Steve West, George Killington, everybody in that sort of
41.
area.
Thomas, you record
They've helped him
126.
as well.
Well, Simon Adams literally
54.
mentors children in South Africa. It'd be great to have a chat with him about what they do. Recently, putting on a darts exhibition in a
80.
shopping centre.
Thomas, you required 72.
More on that later, but right now Banks looking to level this one and make it 4-3 for the third straight game today.
32.
We'll return for tops.
We still have the possibility of a game that goes 7 legs and will be done in less than 10 minutes.
83. Thomas, you required 40.
There you
Game
go,
shot the sixth leg.
3-3,
Thomas
7
Banks.
minutes 58. Here we go, guys. You're on record
Seventh
pace.
and final against Moreno to throw
Well,
first.
the most frustrating thing for both of these players is the 10 seconds they have to wait to start a leg.
140.
Great start from Blom. Easy to get caught up in the pace and forget
100.
the quality of the darts, but it has been a high standard affair, this.
Yes, it has.
81.
And it is following the usual pattern of the person who has the darts has the slightly lesser average.
96.
You don't mind that as long as you get the victory. And he's the one who's getting closer to it.
100.
Something special from Banks is needed here.
124.
1 point between them in the last leg.
60.
Can Banks get himself on 76 or better?
100.
I thought he'd go bull with the last dart. We know where Blom's going.
95.
That would have been
Thomas,
some
you
full
require
stop
81.
on what has been a whirlwind game.
Maybe the bull for Banks.
56. Moreno required 25.
Both players missed that target for the win. And Blom
17.
misses the outer
Thomas,
ring
you
as well
require
twice.
25.
Blom may have blown it. Double 10. For a second win against Blom this week. And Banks does the
Game
double.
shot and the man.
What a special
Thomas
game that
Banks.
was. I cannot wait for them to play tomorrow. And strangely, I want them to be in the same group come Thursday and Friday. 9 minutes 39 for 7 legs of darts. That's how it's played in the 21st century. A great game where both had a shot at the bullseye to win the match. But ultimately, when it came down to 25 left, it was Banks who did it and Blom couldn't. So the end of round 1 is in the books. And now we go to round 2 and we're going to start with Hendrick against Heenan. Welcome back. Portsmouth is starting to swelter under the 27-degree heat. But now we go back to the hockey to see if Conor Heenahan can put right what happened in game number 2. We saw the maximum amount of legs in round 1. 4 threes are plenty. And these
First
two
leg,
guys
it's
both
Conor to
lost
throw
by 4
first.
legs to 3.
Game on.
So Adams got the better of Heenahan, even though Conor had the slightly better average. And Lonsdale got the
85.
best of Hendrick, even though he had the slightly superior average. So someone is going to join Banks,
22.
Lonsdale and Adams on 2 points for the day. But the table is getting very congested. All of a sudden, there's only 4 points between bottom and top.
125.
After round 2 on Tuesday, we're going to have a very vivid picture as to how things could pan out for the rest of the group.
81. $134.
Well, we just gained our breath back after that
40.
Speedy encounter
157.
between Blom and Banks, but this one could be a game to rival it.
I wonder if that's the fastest
46.
game we've had that has gone 7 legs. I can't think of any 7-leg games that have been less than 10 minutes, and that
46.
broke 10 minutes by
Require
21
111.
seconds. Great second dart, double 16.
95.
Conor has not had a great deal of time between his last game and this one. Sometimes that's a good thing,
100.
sometimes it's
Requires
not.
16. Game shot on the first
That's
leg.
good.
Conor
It's a
Heenahan.
good start. Let's be honest here, though. Stefan Hendrick did not turn up in that opening leg.
Second leg,
He
it's
did
Stefan
not.
to throw first. Game on.
Scored 100 with his last visit. That's all he got. Of note.
83.
I've always said, though, if you don't have the darts in a format of best of 7 or greater, the first leg can be a sighter.
46.
You don't have to break in leg 1, but if you don't,
45.
you put more pressure on breaking in either leg 3, 5 or 7. And it puts more emphasis on the fact that you must hold your own throw to get the win.
100.
That's a little bit better. Now, the more I look at that cone of chips on his shirt, the more it looks like a hairstyle. That is not the kind of
100.
hairstyle you want to have in Portsmouth, or Clacton-on-Sea, or Blackpool, because the Seagulls
140.
would not leave you alone.
I haven't seen spikes like that since the 90s, Port.
Since
60.
York or Comula.
93.
Speaking of the 90s, 93 is the shot on offer here for Hendrick. Missing 2 portions of the pie.
Do you remember who was world champion in 1993?
33.
It was his last one.
121. Stepping
Dennis?
up to 60.
Mr. Lowe.
Oh, was it? Dennis was
40.
92, was he?
Connie requires 74.
Or 94, somewhere around then.
Yeah, he won 94 and 91. One on either chord. This is going to be tops, isn't it? Yes, it is. Because Hendrick went next door.
54.
Not for the first time this week.
20.
Yeah, of course it was John Lowe. World champion in 3 different decades, wasn't he?
Yeah, it'd be Alan Warrener in the final, as he was known then.
Game shot on the second leg. Stefan Hendrick.
Well, we could do with an Iceman around here today. Hendrick
Third leg,
levelling
it's
this
Conor
one
to
up,
throw
one
first.
apiece.
Brings up a really interesting topic, actually, because only 5 nations have had world champions. There have been 6 nations who have had world finalists. What's going to be the next nation to have a world champion? Because I have said for the last couple of years, based on what we know right now,
135.
that country is going to be Belgium.
121.
Because you can see Dimitri Vandenberg being a world champion. Which other country could yield a world champion, do you think, outside of the nations that have already claimed one?
100.
Which are?
England, Scotland, Wales,
60.
the Netherlands, and Canada.
132.
Australia is the other one that has had a world finalist. What's he up to?
100.
Well, could have been a fancy finish there from the Irishman.
Oh, just talking PDC.
96. Connie required 32.
32.
Game shot in the third leg. Conor Heenan.
Yeah, before we go any further, we will acknowledge Neil Duff because
Yeah.
he is a world champion and from Northern Ireland.
We've got Tony David in the
Well,
video
Leggett
as well, of
Steffens
course,
is
haven't we?
first.
Correct.
But the PDC ones, I don't know.
140.
I'm not sure about the Belgian call.
Give me a country then.
Give me a minute then.
That's fair enough.
100.
Yeah, big time darts is going back to Belgium
140.
just a shade over a month with the Flanders Open, which I am thrilled I'm going to be attending because watch out for some Ned Flanders jokes over those
57.
3 days. This is no joke for Hendrik. He is currently sitting in 5th
96.
position on 4 points. If he can restrict Conor Heenan to 8 points in the table after 2 games today,
60.
he will be only 2
Second
points behind the
125.
Irishman. And this will be the tightest Group A we've seen in a while.
65.
And 2-2 does beckon.
$58. Stephanie require 60. Game shot in the fourth.
Well, this
leg.
Belgian
Stefan
ties
Hendrik.
it up. Right, I'm going to say 2 things now, and I hope these players aren't watching.
Fifth leg, it's Conor to throw first.
Ahead of Dimitri Vandenberg in the world ranking is Damon Heta, so that could be a possibility, an Australian PDC world champion.
46.
But I actually think that the next new national world champion might be a player that we haven't even heard of yet. I'm thinking
60.
about darting hotbeds where somebody could emerge. So I'm looking at the current set of players and thinking I find it hard to see a new nation
140.
lifting the world championship. So I'm going to give 2 countries where we might get a future world champion from, and that could happen before any of the current
100.
crop actually add it from their nation. I'm going to say Germany as a potential place that could breed one. I'm also going to say the USA.
135.
Not a bad shout. I like your philosophy, by the way, about the fact that we might have to wait a while
100.
because there are heavyweight countries in this sport.
$54.
Can you imagine the party in Ireland if someone from Ireland won a world title? My word.
Just never know who's going to emerge.
126.
You never know. It could be Conor. He might be drip feeding us his talent, and we might not be seeing him potentially
61.
at the Modus Super Series in the future. He might get a tour card and kick on.
Well, if you want to look at the development tour as a potential guide, which is where
97.
Luke
Oliver
Humphries
Coyce,
came
65.
from, Nico Springer's been doing good stuff recently as a potential German talent for the future.
And I seriously rate him. Am I rating this double 10?
Game shot.
I'm rating that as pretty good.
Conor Heenan.
He has the lead, but now can he use it to get the win?
Sixth leg, it's Stefan
One more
to
name
throw
and then I'll
first.
stop.
Game on.
Because there is a youngster that's played here at the Super Series and been successful. Has Sebastian Białecki got what it takes?
It's not a bad shout, that, you know.
83.
Not a bad shout at all.
So we've now got Poland in the mix.
60.
I am convinced, and you and I have the same way of
30.
thinking about this. The technical aspect of throwing a dart is employed better by Japanese players than anywhere on earth.
140.
They are technically the best. Is there any reason why we can't get a Japanese world champion in the next
125.
25 years? Absolutely not. They can do that.
Yeah, it's exciting to think, isn't it? I think we're on the brink of a global explosion in darts. We're going to see the demographic really change
180.
over the next decade or so. But here and now, it is the Irishman
99.
who is closing in on would be a first win a day after a defeat to the South Africans. Speak about global explosion. Just take a look at this week at the Super Series.
81.
That'll do very nicely.
464.
No other twist at this visit but Heenahan to put
48,
right what went wrong in the game
40.
that he played against Adams. Double 10 again.
30.
Oh,
Stephanie
no.
McCoy, 116.
And Hendrick is lurking. And he's got the treble.
76.
But he hasn't got the double.
Connie
And Heenahan's got a
10.
tricky double 5 now to get this win.
Is it getting trickier?
5.
Big
Stephanie
nosedive, that
McCoy,
last one.
40.
Is he feeling it a little bit here, Conor Heenan?
Maybe he is. 6 darts missed for the match. And
Game
now he's
shot
going to
on
have to
sixth
do
round.
it via
Stephen
the
Hendrick.
4th straight 4-3 scoreline we're having today.
A couple of people are pointing out a
Seventh
couple of
and final
names.
against
Tony
Connor to
David,
throw
Andy
first.
Bartons,
Game on.
Neil Duff. We have addressed that. Listen more carefully.
We're talking about PDC, guys.
But thanks for your interactions. It's always appreciated.
45.
Bakura Suzuki, someone's now thrown in.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, we're talking about the PDC World Championship,
140.
which is, of course, open to men and women.
What I will say is that the effect that Bartons has had on Belgian darts has been nothing but positive because it's kicked on even more in 2024. And the same for Suzuki when she won her first world title.
100.
You talk about the Littler effect earlier this year. The Suzuki effect was enormous.
Well, you mentioned when you were talking about Belgium, Dimitri van den Berg as a lead contender. Could Andy Bartons
81.
in 5 years or so maybe be up there?
I don't see why not. He's got the talent, and it's been a really tough season for Andy, but he's been
96.
playing some great darts. Just needs to put a run together, and I think if he can make Minehead in the Worlds by the end of the year, that might be just the catalyst for him to get a bit of extra confidence.
45.
Well, Stefan Hendrick there just got away with that. Went for a single 19 last start, leaving 165. But Heenahan couldn't muster up anything.
38.
He shouldn't have been going to 19s at that last dart. It was completely blocked, and that's the risk with a blocked bed. You might score no points.
I'll tell you what, we mentioned it, is Heenahan feeling it? I
82.
think we're seeing that
Stephanie McCoy,
pressure on
127.
the shoulders of Conor Heenan, who, let's face it, very rarely would be such a strong favourite. But the bull here,
87.
and it's even a good
Connie
miss.
McCoy, 148.
Could be the miss of the century, that. And now he's got 3 darts at a double instead of 2.
83.
Well, once again, we go the
McCoy,
distance.
40.
Every single leg played today that could have been played today. But Conor Heenahan
No score.
has survived.
Connie McCoy, 65.
He's missed 6 darts for the matches, Connor. Stefan has now missed 3. Can he finish the job?
55.
8 darts for the match. And he's got the win as well.
Game shot and the match.
Strange
Stefan
ending
Hendrick.
to that game. But the man who apologises at the end has now got himself his first win of the day. And that changes this table because he still sits at 5th. They're still having a conversation. The player and the referee will try and get some more information for you on that. But it's 8 points for Heenahan, who is still at the top of the table. But now, 4 players are behind him on 6 points. And Thomas Banks, who plays in the next game against Lonsdale, if he wins, there's going to be even more players on 8 and 6 points.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they just reel off leg after leg, and dish out a heavy defeat. Seems what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
on the third leg.
Is that the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Well, Smith is it a
Darius Labanowski.
9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot on the mark.
He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. There you can see.
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
Shot on the first leg. Andreas
It's
Harrison.
a breaker throw for Andres Harrison.
Shot on the second leg. Cam Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw, double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison.
Okay, welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we are going to see the two Toms do the Tungsten Tango, Tom Lonsdale and Thomas Banks on the stage now. Just to clear up what happened at the end of that previous match, we have had word from our referee here, Owen Binks, that it was heard that Stefan Hendrick dropped a dart on the table. We assume accidentally. We give the benefit of the doubt, of course, and he was probably putting them down because he thought that Heenan was going to hit the double, but at the time the dart dropped on the table, it made a noise. Heenan missed the double, and after a couple more exchanges of missed doubles,
First leg, it's Tom
Hendrick
Lonsdale to throw
won
first.
that game. So that clears
Game on.
that up. But the bigger picture is that Conor Heenan has now lost
100.
both of his first two games, Paul.
Not the start he wanted. And now we turn our attention to the person who is not at the top of the
100.
table, but at the bottom. Because if Banks can get his first win this week against someone that is not called Moreno Blom, we're going to have the tightest possible scenario going into game 6 of the day.
85.
Lonsdale and Heenan sit at the top of the table on 8 points. Blom, Adams and Hendrick on 6.
58.
Banks on 4. And if I were him, seeing the table right now, I'd be very urgent, thinking, let's get into this party while we still can.
180. $58. Thomas, you record 136.
It's a rare route, that, isn't it?
80.
I don't think it's used enough. How many people do you know who like tops, who go 4 16s for tops, but they won't go
100.
6
Thomas, you record
16s for
56.
tops? Speaking of tops, there it is.
46. Tom, you
Are
record
we going to get another match
128.
where we see a lot of missed darts at double like the previous one? Time will tell.
55.
But we had
Thomas, you record
33. That was 30 darts missed at a double in the previous match. That's an awful lot. Double 2.
Game
Yeah,
shot
nice
on the
find
first
from
leg.
Thomas.
Thomas Banks.
A bulldog spirit, which he's going to need if he's going to contend in this group.
Second leg, it's Thomas Banks to throw first.
And when the conditions get a little warmer in the playing arena, if you haven't got a towel down there, you're missing a trick. Because under pressure, you will perspire. You've got to have things up there that allow you to feel more comfortable, even if you're up there for just 10 minutes.
100. $99.
Standard today's been all right so far. Highest average that we've seen has come from Banks. 90.61 when he beat Blom by 4 legs to 3. I wonder if he can turn things around today.
180.
It just looks very purposeful in the way that he's striding around the stage.
100.
It's one of those days, isn't it, where really every game's been a coin toss so far.
81. Tommy record 161.
But if you get out on the right end of more than you don't, then the table could look very good for you come the end of it.
82. Thomas should require 84.
Things could look very good for Thomas in a few seconds' time. But he's missed the single.
I know you're an advocate of not chasing trebles in that scenario,
70.
Paul.
Thomas should
And
require
there's the
979.
evidence as to why you would think that.
That single isn't missed,
39. Thomas should
but the
require
double
40.
is.
So's that one. Almost hit the double there going for the single. But can't
10.
hit that double, so Lonsdale
Require
comes back
40.
and he's been kind of let off in this leg because Banks has made all the running.
No score.
He didn't look
Thomas should
comfortable on
require
dart 3 there.
4.
And where it ended up proved the point.
Game shot on the second leg.
Actually,
Thomas Banks.
noticeable that a couple of times in that leg, Tom Lonsdale had to re-grip his dart,
Then
wasn't
against Tom
happy with
Lonsdale
how
to
he was
throw
holding it.
first.
I'm just wondering if the heat's a factor here. He's getting a bit of perspiration on the fingertips and not gripping the dart as he would like.
135.
Well, this is the warmest week we're going to have in Portsmouth in 2024
140.
so far. So if you don't like the heat, this is going to be a really tough week. And there are some players
100.
who go from cool environments to warm environments and vice versa and back and forth,
99.
where their hands get a little bit swollen. It can cause havoc with your technique.
86.
You're almost better off being in hot conditions the entire time.
56.
Thomas Banks, however, just doesn't look bothered. He would probably play darts on the moon with no helmet
53.
and still be enthusiastic about it. For me, he's got a throw that will evolve. What he's got right
42.
now is raw
Record
talent,
127.
and you can work with that.
59. Thomas should record 160.
Does he have the talent to take out a 164?
$94. Tommy requires 68.
Tom's got to get into this game. If he can't find this shot, he could be 3-0 down.
Game
Very
shot
well
on the
done.
third leg. Tom Lonsdale.
Yeah, takes it out on tops. Not putting in the level that he produced
Fourth leg,
yesterday
it's Thomas
so
Banks
far
to throw
today.
first.
But he did win his first match against Stefan Hendrick. And still in this match
60.
against Thomas Banks.
Have you noticed something on Banks' wrist that you don't see much with
134.
young dart players anymore? Jewellery. Used to be the done thing back in the 80s and 90s where players would wear bracelets and rings and, in some cases, very expensive watches.
44.
And nowadays, you don't see many young lads wearing jewellery on their throwing wrist. Worked pretty well for Martin Adams.
180.
And it works really well for Banks right there.
60. $96.
120 for for Banks for 3-1 when he comes back, and Lonsdale's going to have to work hard to leave a finish here.
59.
Doesn't manage it.
Should require 120.
He's going to try and get past it this time. He almost did.
55.
Well, that makes things just a little harder than maybe it should have been. And if he's got someone on his tail, there's pressure on the 65. And if he doesn't take it, he's going to be involved in a scuffle.
45. Tommy requires 70.
Things are changing in this match.
Game
And somebody's starting to get used to the
Tom
heat.
Lonsdale.
The heat is now firmly on Banks because he's lost his throat.
Fifth leg, it's Tom Lonsdale to throw first.
Well, one of our YouTube chat room participants says, "Isn't this a former church?
96.
So it should be cool." Well, it is indeed a former church, but unfortunately the great Lord didn't
97.
provide air conditioning in the main arena.
Yeah, some churches are made of a lot of wood and marble, aren't they? This is predominantly metal
99.
and wood.
Yeah, when it's warm outside, it does get
96.
hot in that arena. And let's not forget as well, this is a TV production with all the bright lights and everything in the arena that are all going to emit heat as well.
99.
Nice and cool in our luxurious commentary box, isn't it, Paul?
Yeah, you won't find me anywhere else during the summer months.
98.
Yeah, we just come here for leisure time as well. Donuts and ice cream.
93.
Here's a nice air-conditioned room away from the seagulls.
If you're wondering where we are, literally overlooking the stage.
180. Tommy record 114.
And a good look at that maximum.
Game
Oh,
shot
and had a
the
good
fifth
look at that
leg.
finish. What a
Tom
dart, what a
Lonsdale.
finish. And what a time to do it after Banks had just basically
Six leg, it's Thomas
pushed his
Banks to
chips
throw
all in.
first.
This is an immense recovery. Banks was 2-0 up.
58.
And I'm not going to say he was cruising, but he was by far the better player. Lonsdale has got a chin.
96.
He's taken some hits and he's come back swinging. It's like Rocky Balboa.
Ooh, 95.
I'm starting to realise that inviting Tom Lonsdale back was a very good move.
100.
He's incredibly competitive. And he doesn't flinch.
100. $60.
But he does a little bit there. And I just question the route. 265. You should really be starting on the 19s the way that
58.
Banks is right here. Every single number that you leave, you've got to have a number in mind
96.
before you go for it. 265, you're thinking 95, 133, 171. That's how dart players' minds
58.
work
Tommy record
at the top
109.
end. Here, you're thinking 60, give me a single, give me a double. Here's the double.
77.
And that could have been the win.
132.
Well, this now won't be the leveller because Banks needed at least the moat around the castle.
47. Tommy record 32.
Lonsdale may end up being king of the castle come the end of the day.
Shot out the
He's dug that one out.
Tom
Seemed to be
Lonsdale.
struggling at the start of the game, but he's turned it around to double his win tally for the day. And Tom Lonsdale gets the better of Banks in that one. It's a 4-2 win. Both players, well, not much between them in the averages, as you can see there. It's the first match that hasn't gone the full distance so far today, and it's a victory that positions Tom Lonsdale at the top of the table. He's the first to 10 points. Coming next, Simon Adams takes on Moreno Blom.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie face is through.
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie face dominated throughout.
Welcome back. It's time for the climax of round 2, and it's been a really interesting second round. Just like round 1, we're almost getting maximum legs for your darting satisfaction here on Tuesday. But now Adams takes on Blom, which is a clash of styles, and this game will be a lot slower than the game that Blom had in game 3, which didn't take long at all. But now, just off air, Chris Murphy and I were talking about the fact that Conor Heenahan is not the first player to double-digit points in this group, which has taken everybody by surprise.
Yeah, it certainly has. Lonsdale getting
First
there
leg, it's
before
Simon to throw first.
Conor Heenahan.
Game on.
There's the Saint and Moreno Blom, who have kind of struck up a bit of a bromance this week. Get ready for their second darting duel. Blom won their first and then raced over to Simon to join in the signature move
41.
from Simon Adams. That is the look down into the hands, a prayer of gratitude.
100.
Also saw Blom post on his social media, I've never met a nicer guy in darts.
That's a nice thing to say. Who's the nicest guy that you've met in darts, Murph?
Oh, you're putting pressure on me here, Paul.
180.
That's nice from Simon Adams. Well, you're not so bad yourself, but you did call yourself the bad boy of darts at one point.
No, that was the broadcaster. I didn't call myself that at all.
If you want a bad boy, bring it on, I think was the quote.
All right, fair enough.
But I get the point. I get the reason why you would say in darts, because it is a competitive sport, and everyone you meet as players are your opponents. They want to beat you on and off the hockey.
Absolutely, whether it's pairs or singles or teams. But there are some people who look at the world just a little bit differently.
Well, those who've watched his Bullseye Challenge will know Luke Humphries was recently down here at the Super Series as Adams looks to produce world-class darts himself. And I have to say, he did a fair few things while he was here.
99.
Certain obligations he had to fulfill, some social media stuff and media things. And he did it all
43.
with pure professionalism.
Simon, you require 56.
Perfect pleasantry and never moaned once. And I thought, what an ambassador, world number 1 world champion, and he just gets it.
Does Simon get this? He's taking a little bit of extra time on his double shots here.
46.
It just so happens that he is coming back for double 5 if he chooses to go for it.
95. Simon, you require 10.
Yesterday, Blom got the result. 4 legs to 1. He won't mind if Simon gets the 1 here. However, that's a really tough shot. What a great dart that is.
First leg. Simon
Fabulously done with dart 3.
Second leg, it's Moreno to throw first.
I think Blom just did say something in way of congratulation there, because we just saw Adams lift a finger.
Yeah, some of the nice people that we've met in the sport. Andy Smith used to be called the happiest man in darts.
21.
Everybody you meet from Japan is really friendly.
Well, just talking about
96.
bromances and friendships, one comment in the chat is that they're missing the odd couple of comms. Brilliant odd couple of comms. Nico and Mace is what they've said. Well, watch this space, because you've started doing a little bit of presenting here at the Super Series, which means, of course, that you could potentially be back in the commentary box with Chris Mason in due course.
Oh! A little bit of Peter Wright action here from Blom. We're seeing everything today.
Oh, that was... speaking about enemies on the hockey, remember when Peter Wright did that in the Premier League against Van Gerwen? He also turned around and whipped the crowd up before throwing at the bullseye, and Van Gerwen took exception rather, didn't he?
Yeah, I think around about that time, Peter was just trying to figure out what snakebite was all about. It was an experimental process. And I think in the end, you've got to say that he figured it out pretty well.
Oh, I loved that. Van Gerwen called him a clown. Peter Wright said, go and look for Michael's dummy over there somewhere. It was brilliant. Box office.
We don't tend to have those kind of disagreements anymore, which is a bit of a shame.
95.
They tend to be off camera.
No, you require 93.
Well, let's be a bit mean. We've been talking about niceness. Put in the chat, what's your favourite darting dispute? No dispute about who won that leg. Emphatically claimed by Moreno Blom in 15 darts to level up the match.
Nobody's allowed to put me and Taylor, by the way.
The leg it's Simon to
because
throw
that can't even be top 10. Bobby George, Eric Bristow. Brilliant.
Adrian Lewis has been involved in a few.
Well, the one he had with Burnett was was fantastic.
The one that always springs to my mind as well with Lewis. Just the reaction of both players.
The one that Phil had with Barneveld on the world stage.
Very strange, wasn't it? It was ever so strange.
Always seems to be the home nations that have the disagreements, right? England, Scotland, Wales.
Colin Lloyd versus the dartboard.
Yeah. And the funniest part about that one was the face of Bruce Spendley.
And the incredible commentary from John Gwynn when he said something along the lines of, I've never actually seen that before. The dartboard actually physically assaulted by the player.
60.
You ever see Colin's hand after that? It was a car crash.
Yeah, there are metal wires all around a dartboard. I wouldn't advise trying it at home.
Please don't.
44.
Who's going to pack a punch in this one? I do wonder if the respect is affecting Moreno a little bit. The pace certainly is.
He looked way more comfortable playing Banks. Like I've always said, this game is not just played when you're throwing, it's played when you're
140.
Well, we're starting to get a few comments in the chat. Adrian Lewis and Jose Justicia are on the proto. Now, that one did cross the line, unfortunately.
92.
It became something it shouldn't have. And Owen Binks was actually the referee in that occasion. He was running away. Bryce Anderson, yeah, very famous, that Grand Slam final. Certainly will be none of that between
41.
Adams and Blom
Renault
here.
require 156.
You wouldn't think so. He's got to get the weight of the dart right here.
59. Simon,
His
require
line seems to be okay, but
117.
he just can't seem to get the weight right in this match. Well, that doesn't help. 112 with 2 is impossible. So Blum gets his chance of breaking the throw.
Renault require 97.
So Simon Adams just intentionally a big 9 to leave 100.
Do you know what? There's some thinking
57.
behind that.
Simon require 100.
Because he's still left a 2 darter, and I know there's going to be a lot of people out there saying he should have gone for a treble, but there was a little bit of logic in that. And if he takes this out, he's a genius.
I
almost wanted him to hit that just to show the world that there's more than one way to win a leg. And it's a leg he might still win.
Simon, you require 20.
Blom right now is imploding. He's not playing well in this game. And he could well be 2-1 behind.
Well, he did that, didn't he, to win that match against Conor Heenahan, last dart in hand. Oh, look at the move he's had to make.
No score.
But he couldn't find a way in.
Simon, you require 10.
That second dart covered everything. He almost needed to curve that third dart around it. Wasn't able to find it.
He can be shot on the third leg.
And Adams takes a leg,
Simon
which
Adams.
Blom knows should have been his.
Fourth leg, it's Moreno to throw first.
He really wants to get on with this, doesn't he?
58.
Speaking of darting disagreements, what about Kevin Painter and Justin Pipe at the World Grand Prix once?
60.
Oh, yeah, I remember that one, yeah. Painter had a few choice words and then Pipe had a few
85.
strange moves. Apparently not even playing anymore, Justin.
Nope, not at all. It's always a shame when a world-class dart player like that decides to walk away. But everybody's got their own journey.
Yeah, we've had plenty of shouts here.
44.
King versus Wade. Really? King versus the crowd. Price and Gurney in the Premier League. That one boiled over.
Oh, that was a good one.
Lewis and Manley. That was one of the first in my memory, although I know there were plenty back in the 80s and earlier even than that.
Do you know what I think's really funny about that Lewis Manley situation? The fact that he denied it. And you could actually see it.
Well, the camera was close up on him at the time, wasn't it? It was perfectly timed.
27.
He is one of the biggest tacticians I've ever played against. And I've only played Peter a couple of times.
59.
It was so evident. You just accept the fact that he's like that and you just try and beat him.
What about Darren Webster, Willie O'Connor? Watergate.
60.
There's been a few Watergates.
We haven't had many here, but one that we did have did feature Darren
91.
Webster.
It even made it to the front page of Lad Bible, didn't it?
Yeah, front page of a national newspaper as well, the print edition, unbelievable. All the work we put in to get noticed, and all it took was human nature, shall we say. Oh, look at this!
Well, that would have been front page news if
81.
someone had done the 150 and 3 bulls. The first one was such a peach as well.
Yeah, I think he got rather excited, didn't he?
15.
It won't be bullseye this time. This is the start of the recovery effort.
49.
He's going to find himself on his nemesis in this match, which is double 10. Better from Adams.
100. Marino required 20.
The scoring in this game has not been brilliant, but yet again, Blom on the wire.
Game shot on the 4th.
He didn't have to move this time for dart 3, though, and he is level at 2-2. We're following the pattern of what we've seen all day long. A minimum of 6 legs per match.
Before my time, Paul, but Cliff Lazarenko, Jockey Wilson.
That was a good one. He even had to blur out the gesture that Cliff made to Jockey.
More recently, Joe Cullen, Jermaine Watermainer. That's in the chat.
Oh, that's spicy, that one.
Luke Littler and Riccardo Pietrezco.
Trust me.
85.
Littler didn't do anything wrong there.
Don't ever try and get Jermaine Watermainer to say Luke Littler either, by the way. I'll leave that
99.
Yeah, there are certain things that everybody in their own language will not say. It's a bit like me trying to say the Baltimore Ravens are awesome.
Just to go full circle on this, I am reminded
26.
that Thomas Banks and Conor Heenan actually had a little bit of a clash at the UK Open, and they play in the next game today.
123.
Perfectly timed. Well, can he leave 150 himself this time, Simon?
100.
The fact that he can't gives Blom a really good chance of taking the lead. But his doubles in this match... Ooh, he went for the old window of opportunity shot.
51.
Is he getting a little bit bored in this game? He's doing some stuff.
I think he thought he was on something else, you know.
Yeah, I don't know what he's doing. I think that the pace of the game...
60.
Being slower than he would like, he's actually messing with his mind here.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Marino
that one worked out nicely. 3-2.
I think you're thinking that way because you know a certain former world number 1 used to think that way as well. MVG did have long format matches against some people, and he did admit in those matches he did get a little bored. He's never going to get bored when he plays Banks because it's fast. But this is possibly the trickiest game for Moreno all day long. Possibly this week.
But you start to do something to sort of entertain yourself, don't you?
100.
That can be counterproductive. The distraction can become destruction.
59.
I remember the first time I played Justin Pipe. 46 minutes for 10 legs. And that was a test of patience.
We did say the conversation would end when somebody said Taylor versus Nicholson. That's now been said, so thanks for your contributions on that one.
81.
I didn't do anything wrong.
100.
You know, when this is the thing, right? If someone thinks that you've done something wrong, and we've already seen Stefan Hendrick today question something and speak to the referee about it. That was the right thing to do at the time. When Phil thought I did something wrong, he went to a national newspaper instead of speaking to me about it. That was what
59.
I took from that. End of story.
Well, I cannot imagine Simon Adams ever getting involved in any needle on stage.
It's not going to happen. Not at all. A 180, mate.
180.
Pinpoint precision, and the game could be going the distance again.
140.
A little bit of extra shoulder in dart number 3, but if Simon trips up, Moreno is there to possibly steal this game away in 6 legs instead of 7.
Game shot on the 6th.
Distance.
Simon Adams.
It goes again.
I'm going to have to start looking at the record books to see how many legs
Simon to
is the maximum we've had in a day. If this one
Game on.
is won by Simon Adams, he will go to 8 points. And Blom will stay at 6. Lonsdale is going to be top of the table going into round 3 today.
81.
And Heenahan against Banks next has got massive significance.
Yeah, no, give me that for Connor.
66.
By the way, this game 4-3, pretty much now twice as long as Moreno Blom's previous 4-3 game.
It's guaranteed to be twice as long. I can't see this game finishing in the next minute and 45.
140.
Unless Simon Adams, of course, takes a 12 darter. But I know that we have already said that Adams is not going to be involved in any scuffles on the stage, both physically or emotionally. But imagine Blom's mindset if he loses this match.
And what a start it would be for Simon Adams today.
100.
Victories against Conor Heenahan
100.
and Moreno Blom, who at the start of the day were the top 2.
He's got 6 darts from here, and even though he hasn't played brilliantly in this match, he's actually got better in the final leg.
100.
But he's now guaranteed himself a dart to win the match, barring a disaster when he comes back.
He can't stay on 57 here.
59.
If he'd scored 96 to leave 99, that would have been a huge error. Heavily advantage Adams.
He's not going to block tops. That'll be a help.
40.
Just that bit of the flight that was
Moreno,
sticking
you're
up in front of it might have
136.
been enough to flick it away.
Well, that's interesting. He went for 51, 51, 34,
78.
which I can totally get behind because he
Simon,
thought
you
that was his
require
last
40.
chance.
So Simon Adams has come all the way from South Africa to participate here at the Modus Super Series, looking for back-to-back wins against the top 2 going into today. And he finds a top 1 to get it.
Simon Adams.
Simon Adams picked up maximum points from his first 2 fixtures, winning 2 last leg deciders and showing that he's got plenty of bottle by landing the winning double last start in hand on both occasions. Another 7-leg battle and another one that goes the way of Simon Adams, who's made a stellar start to Tuesday. He's up to 8 points, level with the overnight league leader Conor Heenahan, who is back in action after the break when he takes on Thomas Banks.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49, 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. 2 players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 141? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot and the match.
Steve West has won the match with a 9 dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9 darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Andreas Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy. Glenn, do you know my grandpa Mark Salmon?
Do you? He's on a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9 darter.
Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and has now got the game back into his
100
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Lee Cox!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
Sixth max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9 darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious! Wait!
Tommy Leishman.
Back-to-back 9 darters!
And welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the first half a dozen games have been played, and it has been close, close, close. Look at that. 5 of the 6 going the full distance, 4-3. Tom Lonsdale winning 4-3 and 4-2. Simon Adams also winning both of his games. But the big news, Conor Heenahan winning neither, meaning he's fallen off top spot, replaced by Tom Lonsdale and joined by Adams on 8 points. Moreno Blom has 6 along with Stefan Hendrick. Thomas Banks remains bottom on 4 despite his victory over Blom earlier in the day, and is now looking to repeat that success by inflicting a 3rd straight defeat on the man who at the start of the day was the odds-on favourite to win this group. And when I asked Paul Nicholson the question, he said he didn't see any evidence to support that, and thus far, Paul, you have been proved correct.
Sometimes we get it right, but we look at numbers, we look at behaviours, we look at likelihoods, and sometimes we can just progress with trepidation. And that's what I was doing this morning.
First leg, it's Thomas to throw first.
Yeah, it wasn't a slight on Heenahan himself. We just felt that this group was closer than the bookies predicted.
177.
And that's another example as to why.
How many times does Banks get out of the blocks with a shot like that? Shouldn't call him Bulldog, should call him Greyhound. As soon as the trap goes up, he's out.
55.
I sneakily suspect that Moreno Blom is really happy that that game with Simon Adams is over. And for the rest of the day, he can play pacey stuff.
140.
Now, things are about to get even more interesting in round 3. Lonsdale has got
28.
Blom in game 9. Adams has got Hendrick next. And that will all happen when this one is over. I just wonder how many legs we're going to see.
26.
Because considering what we have seen so far, we are only 1 leg short of maximum legs played. And this is game 7.
140.
Just say again, I just feel that Conor Heenahan is carrying a heavy burden with that strong favouritism that's been
65. Thomas Shavak 101.
given to him. Banks is feeding off the demeanour from Conor, but he could change everything with a big shot like this.
Yeah, one of only 2 players that have found a maximum checkout here at the Modus Super Series
36.
prior
Thomas
to
Shavak
this
56.
week. From this group,
James
I
on the
might
first
add.
leg.
But
Thomas
Banks takes the first leg in 17 darts. A very strong start.
Yeah, for me, Paul, there are too many darts that have been
it's Conor
sprayed.
to throw
5s
first.
and 1s from Conor Heenahan. He's just not getting that grouping right.
96.
Just trying to force the issue a little bit.
I just wonder if, and it's really hard to say this because he's had a very successful time of
60.
it here in the last couple of years, but this action that he has, it's very, very violent and accurate sometimes.
180.
I just wonder if he would benefit from having an action that's just a little bit more relaxed.
140.
Yeah, it is. A lot goes into it, doesn't it? Can you imagine Heenahan rising to the top of the sport and then
85.
having to do this over, say, 31 legs at a World Match Play?
Over the course of a professional season.
59. Connie require
It's
140.
not just the fact that the point is towards the floor when he throws it. It actually is twisted towards his right eye as well.
55.
It's thrown from a diagonal position. That makes it very hard to throw it with ease. It means you've got to engage that shoulder.
58. Corey require 85.
Well, he's in a good position here, though, to level the game. Treble 15 will be the target. 75 now. Treble 17. And we'll just tee up tops. Well, that was the
28.
intention, but the dart needed to find the 18 segment.
This week has been all about tight games, but it's had a smattering of other things as well.
100. Corey
Missed
require
singles.
57.
Next door doubling. That can't happen this time.
47. Thomas, you require 84.
He's not getting anything the easy way. Double 11.
Game shown the second.
Here's the
leg.
price.
Thomas Banks.
And the man in the bank with a 2-0 lead
The leg,
is
it's
Thomas.
Thomas to throw first. Game.
He's in a fair bit of bother now, Conor Heenan. This could be a disastrous
57.
moving day for him.
If I were him, I'd be thinking at the worst today, I just need to be in contention.
Yeah, absolutely. Moving in the wrong
80.
direction. When we looked at it, I think last night, yesterday afternoon when we spoke at the end of the show, I should say,
56.
I think the question was, can Conor pull away? Now you're right. Can he cling on is the question.
I've made an observation with one of our
60.
camera angles. This one, in fact, when you look at Banks throwing, I'm going to pay him a huge compliment now. His action reminds me...
180.
Need I say any more? It reminds me of Jockey Wilson.
Well, that reminded me of Adrian Lewis.
100.
I thought Conor Heenan was going to get drawn into it then. I'm quite glad he didn't, to be honest.
I know there's going to be a few people out there saying Banks'
47.
throw is nothing like Jockey Wilson's because he doesn't have the shoulder jerk at the end. I'm talking about before that, when Jockey was throwing smooth darts.
66. Thomas,
It was
you
very
require
much like
160.
Banks.
51.
It shows the confidence he's got today, doesn't it, that he did try that no-look 180. I know everybody will be slowing it down and pointing out that he probably did look and looked away after, but that's how it appeared.
95.
He's doing other things
Thomas,
as
you require
well.
109.
Is this another one of those things? Double top.
89.
Oh, that one came out
Conor
way
require
too
60.
late.
Game
And this
shown
time
the
he does
third
find the
leg.
double 10. He'll be
Conor
relieved
Heenan.
about that. He misses that shot at double 10. And he's
Full flag,
probably
it's Conor to
3-0
throw
down.
first. Game.
What did we say about Banks yesterday, Murph? Starts well,
97.
doesn't get the job done enough. 2-0 up in this match. If he's drawn into a battle, behaviours tell us that he doesn't win.
Shows there that he's all about business because he would have been tempted to try that no-look again, and he didn't. Eyes on the prize, and he got his reward.
100.
Yes, listen to Connor Scott from Saturday night. As much as he wanted to go 171 after a maximum start, he said, when it's the business end of the
123.
week, you've got to do things the right way.
It just brings me actually that
45.
no-look 182, a video on our YouTube channel. It's part of our On the Hockey series. Simon Whitlock and Mason Whitlock together. Did you
134.
see their exchange about no-look 180s? Because Mason did it here on the Super Series stage. And I think he said, Dad's got a different idea. So then Simon was asked, would you ever do a no-look 180? And he responded quite sternly and seriously,
78.
I never have and I never will.
Double 8.
48.
He's not going to be hurt by those misses, but he won't want to miss again. It's an interesting response, that, from Simon. And I think he is quite a traditional dart player in that sense. I think he's very much part of respect. That's what it's all about for him.
It's a great bit of content, by the way. Really wholesome stuff. Do give it a watch if you haven't. Oh, that's
12.
unlucky.
Connie required
But are we seeing
36.
that pattern repeated?
Game
We
shot
may
the
just
fullback.
be.
Conor Heenan.
Notice how Connor completed that entire throw there.
Fifth leg against
Left
Thomas
the
to
arm
throw
out,
first.
somewhat Labanowska style. But even before Darius used to leave the arm out there, it was Mervyn King that started that kind of behaviour.
43.
Complete your dart before you get the next one. I can't emphasise that enough.
48.
But if that pattern does continue for Thomas, he won't make Saturday. He won't.
98.
Because this best of 7 format, if you continually go 2-0 up and continually lose, that's not a winning formula.
58.
Weirdly, the 2 wins that he has had have come by 4 legs to 3.
58.
So he's obviously not bad when it comes to leg 7.
$95.
This is a key exchange, you feel, in this game. The next couple of visits will be crucial.
58.
Is it the moment that Heenan begins his break bid? Or does Banks keep command of the contest?
He's quite bouncy on the stages, Banks. Have you noticed that?
40.
He's not doing anything to put his opponent off, but he looks like a frog in a sock. Looks like he's ready to just do whatever he wants.
100.
And I think dart players are going to learn this over the next 5 to 10 years. That when you're throwing all 3 darts, you must be relaxed and static at the same time. The same way that archers are in the Olympics. Got to be able to throw in a relaxed sense and accurately.
132.
But your body must stay still, otherwise you are going to miss.
It was a super effort from Banks. Heenan shakes his head, having got nowhere near the intended target of treble 19.
12.
So Banks goes east.
Game shot on the
And
fifth
that's
leg.
perfectly
Thomas
pitched. 3-2, 1 away from a second win of the day.
Sixth leg, it's Connor to throw first.
He's got a bit of swagger, hasn't he? Nothing wrong with that. This sport has had that for half a century.
I think we're in a situation here where every player can have a little bit of swagger about them, because we'll be in a situation where halfway through the group, all of the players think they can win it.
That's good for us. Good for everybody watching. And the players as well.
And again, just to reflect on a discussion that we had yesterday at the end of the show, Paul. Connie was top of the table, and we actually debated whether he might be the most disappointed of all the group, despite winning the most matches. I think that might have come to pass.
125.
That last start from Banks, I've been monitoring it all day. I think percentage-wise, about 90% of the time it's low,
43.
which means he's out of position when he throws it.
He is in position to win the game, though.
44.
The fact that he went for the 18s there with the second dart tells me he's really backing himself to hit a treble. That's swagger on show again.
He's getting warm up there. Unbuttoning or unzipping the shirt, then re-zipping it up.
120.
This is a match-winning shot.
Is it Bull? It is. That would have been a work of art by Banksy. But again, a low dart denies him winning the match.
84.
And now he gets a smaller shot. Double top.
37.
Oh, he might just rue that, you know.
164.
Connor gets a wonderful chance to take us all the way yet again.
One dart to stay in it.
Game
and
shot on the sixth flag. Connor
does
Heenan.
stay in it. Banks failing to close the door on Heenan. Will he come to rue that missed opportunity? Or can he finally wrap up the win?
60.
48th leg from 49 possible legs today. And we're not even at the halfway point. I have to stress, if we continue this,
25.
We're going to get very close to 100 legs today, which has never happened before.
43.
But it is a sign of how tight this group is, that nobody is bulldozing anybody.
180.
Did say those two mismatched darts could have been costly. He did miss a third at the bullseye.
180.
Back in the leg, but advantage Heenahan.
The game's caught fire right at the crucial time. Wow.
180.
Is Thomas Banks going to end with back-to-back 180s and not win the game?
Possibly not. How many times this week have we seen people go for something like double 10 or double top and go next door?
24.
At least if he did double 5, he would have had a shot at double 15. Banks, double 14. And in the bottom corner, he takes his second win of the day, but that for Heenahan is a third straight loss. He stays in second position for now, but now he's got everybody on his tail. In fact, he's got someone ahead of him as well. Banks will be ecstatic with that. A really good tussle. But now, as we go into the middle match of the day, it's going to be Simon Adams taking on Stefan Hendrick. Get your seatbelts on for that one. If you like 7-leg thrillers, you've come to the right place, because we've had 6 out of 7 games today going the distance. And who's to say that this one won't follow suit? Yesterday when these two played, it was 4 legs to 2. If you're having a flutter today on these games going a minimum of 6 legs, you're cashing in very well. But remember, over 18s only. And begambleaware.org for more information on responsible gambling. Keep it fun and keep enjoying the darts.
Stefan to throw first. Game on.
And in culinary terms, this is wildebeest against chips. Yes, because in South Africa they have a very interesting cuisine down there where they do eat a lot of interesting meats. I wonder where the meat and potatoes are going to be in this game, though. Simon Adams has not lost a game today.
41.
Stefan Hendrick has won 1 out of 2, so they'll both be feeling pretty chipper coming into this third round match.
85.
And round 8 overall as we get to the halfway point of the entire group. Everybody is in contention. And one of two things is going to happen here. We're going to see Adams going to 10 points, or Hendrick will go to 8, which means the disparity between top and bottom will not change.
48.
But it could in the next match. If it doesn't, that means Blom will get to 8 points and Lonsdale will stay at 10.
41.
Usually at the early stage of a group like this, we make a prediction as to what points total will win this Group A situation.
25.
At the start of the week, I thought maybe 24. I'm going to revise that now. I think there's a chance that 20 points might win this group with a superior leg difference.
100.
Yeah, a bit of a slow start in this match, but that first 140 of the contest gets Hendrick on the first finish. He's still looking to better his 101 from yesterday, which was his first leg win on the stage.
100. Stephen, you require 100.
This will be for his first ton plus checkout of the day. He went the 54-54 bull route. That's really interesting.
Simon, you require 119.
Got to be 19s first. The only other route you can really take with this is the 25, but this is exactly what you need to do. Bullseye.
94.
Good try.
Stephen, you require.
But you've got to give Stefan credit for leaving this 20.
No score.
But it's a leg he could lose.
Simon, you require 25.
Aha, double 4. Can he find it?
21.
The answer is no.
Stephanie
And
require
Hendrick
20.
has a chance of vengeance on double 10.
Game
This
shot
time
the
he gets
first
it.
leg. Stefan Hendrick.
If you think it's an
Selected
accident
Simon to throw first. Game on.
that Stefan's flights in his darts are the same colour as the flights on his shirt being held by the cone of chips, think again. There's no such thing as accidents when it comes to darts attire. These things are by design. And he really doesn't hang around. I wonder if he's going to have the same sort of issues with the pace of this game that Moreno Blom had in Game 6. Obviously uncomfortable with spending so much time in the playing arena
100.
and ultimately not getting the job done. The way he can respond is by beating Tom Lonsdale in the next
95.
game. And if we can look at the level of performance that we've seen from Simon today,
123.
averages of 78.87 and also 74.56. Not the kind of level you would associate with winning 2 matches in a Group A situation, but he's made the most of them.
Yeah, he's kind of playing worse today, but winning. And you may remember, Paul, earlier on I mentioned that chat I had with him. He said that was about his normal
93.
level when he plays in South Africa.
I do have to express the fact that he has had the darts twice.
76.
This is the first time today that he does not have the throw.
60.
Yet again, he's got the skidder. Can he sandwich it?
40.
He can't find the target.
Stefan, you require
Now, what does Stefan do on 154? We saw what he did on 158. Ah, downstairs. For upstairs.
134.
Would have been the best finish of the week so
Stefan,
far.
you require 20.
So Adams looking to make the most again. He's been pretty handy with 3 darts at a double. In fact, both games he's won, it's been the 3rd dart that's gone in the double. Can he carry on that trend? Because that is a trend that wins matches.
Stefan, you require 20.
Couldn't on this occasion.
But with the standard of his output, he is susceptible to people finding the 2 points at his expense.
6.
That's a wild one.
Simon, you require 10.
He can't give him another chance because he will take his opportunities.
No,
Not this time.
Stefan, you require 14.
Can he get past that? We're about to find out. He got past it, but it was too high.
No score.
And that's the last thing he wanted to do.
Simon, you require 10.
He's persevering on double 5. It's the same marker as before.
Game shot on the second.
Very
leg.
different result.
Simon Adams.
And that's about as frustrated as I've seen him in all the time he's played here and elsewhere around the world.
First. Game.
We've only had 2 South African players here at the Super Series, haven't we, Murph? Devon and Simon.
Yeah, and we will get a 3rd. In week 12 of this series, the first ever African qualifier will participate. Kendrick Cordom, 17 years of age.
85.
What is it about 17-year-olds these days?
Excellent player as well. In fact, lost to Simon Adams in the
95.
semi-finals of the qualifier for the PDC World Cup of Darts. Adams then lost in the final himself.
And they've held a tournament with the PDC, haven't they? South African Masters. And that tournament had the first televised Southern Hemisphere 9-darter. Thanks to Mervyn King playing James Wade.
58.
See that? So I know Mervyn King hasn't won a world title. He's won lots of things in his career. But I think that is something he can treasure. Being the first person to hit a 9-darter on TV in a certain hemisphere.
60.
And he enjoyed it too, which was great to see.
121.
Is that when Mervyn King hit the 4 straight 180s?
That was in
Las
Vegas.
Vegas, wasn't it? Yeah.
Another hot environment.
25.
Weird place to play, Vegas. Almost felt like everyone needed an extra gram or 2 on their barrels just to make them fly properly.
We're going to go down the American tournament names soon, aren't we? Because we think that might be needed in the Windy City Open.
I think this past weekend was the Music City Open, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. Assuming
45.
Nashville, Tennessee.
Stefan require 40.
Can Hendrick hit the right note here? He can't.
20.
But Adams on a biggie.
Simon
He's had real problems on double 10, even though it has given him a leg, or he's taken a leg on double 10. He's missed it more times than he's hit it.
94. Stephanie required 20.
Oh, here we go, double 10 again for Hendrick.
Game shot.
And this time, it is good. You can
Stefan
see the little bit of frustration there with the left hand. As if to say, come on, let's get it hit a bit sooner.
To throw first.
Well, you're absolutely right, Murph.
Game on.
Nashville, Tennessee over the weekend. The Music City Classic was won by Leonard Gates. And the women's title was won by Andrea Taylor.
I haven't seen Leonard here at Super Series for a while. Leonard, answer our calls, mate, if you're watching.
Is he ghosting you?
60.
He tried to ring us back, but he typed in the wrong numbers.
I have no comment.
Actually, it just came up on my timeline yesterday, the 166 bust from the previous time he was here.
100.
Classic Lenny.
Too many Lenny, as our esteemed colleague Dan Dawson used to call him.
I like that. It's better than Soldier, isn't it?
121.
If you could rebrand the darts players in this group, starting with this match, if you could give them new nicknames, what would they be?
100.
Based on what you've seen from their mannerisms this week.
I know what the walk-on song would be for Adams. Especially when he's going for his favourite finish this week, 135.
91.
He's got the whole world in his hands.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I think the Saint suits him, to be fair.
80. Simon required 44.
In that case, his walk-on song would be Halo by Texas.
He chooses double 16.
26.
Well, never mind Halo. There he goes, way low.
Require 62.
What? How many times has that happened this week? Ah, double 4. That's how you do it.
Stefan Hendrick.
He's got a few in the bank, as this guy. He's tried a few different routes, and that one works a treat.
To throw first. Game on. 60.
I'm just looking at some of the results from the Music City
60.
Classic over the weekend. Gates beat Brandon Goddard 5-0 in the final. Looking at some of the other names that could potentially catch our attention for players from the North American side of the pond. We've seen Alex Spellman here. He lost in the quarterfinals to Jim Widmeyer, who was someone that Jeff Smith was talking about when he was here recently. Man of a lot of experience.
80.
Interesting how the table could be affected here. A win for Stefan Hendrick would see him move on to 8 points, along with Simon Adams and Conor Heenahan. Then we're going to see Moreno Blom try to get to 8 as well. Then we're going to see Thomas Banks try to get to 8 as well. Could be 2 points between them all in a couple of games' time.
Honestly, this table is like Answer the Picnic.
125.
I've got no idea where it's going to go next.
81. Simon require 138.
If Adams can turn the game around, he's suddenly joint top. But it's a big ask, although it's just got a little easier. And I can see why you like that light.
98.
Almost new school thinking there from Adams. But what a chance this is for 4-1 for the biggest margin of victory of the day. Beautiful bull. Tops.
55.
Way over the top.
Simon require 40.
Same target for the Saints. Double 10. Yes.
Game
3-2.
on the fifth leg. Simon Adams.
And suddenly it looks like another long distance affair.
6th leg, it's
Every
Simon
game,
to
a
throw
minimum
first.
of 6 legs today. I just don't envisage
Game on.
where a 4-1 or a 4-0 is going to come from. They're so evenly matched, these bunch.
$100. $100.
A spare a thought for the referee on stage today. He's got one of the toughest jobs of the day. Warm
45.
conditions, long matches, but he does have the best seat in the house.
100.
Had a bit of beef with Stefan, didn't he, in the previous game?
Beef on chips.
Sounds nice, but you know what I'm going to say to that?
Where's the gravy?
Exactly.
100.
I know you too well. That way you stand on the old chips debate. You don't
42.
have vinegar and salt, you have gravy.
Oh, vinegar, salt and gravy.
I'm definitely coming round to your local chippy.
60.
It's still advantage Hendrick if he gets a big shot here.
Yep,
89.
finds the mushy peas.
And what would a 170 be in the chip shop?
But where I'm from, it would be the Weatherby Whaler.
31.
That is a big
require
fish.
170.
Doesn't have to eat it all in one go here.
Well, coincidentally, yesterday I was talking about
65.
Graham Stoddart being called the shark, or as we call him, the fish. It's actually his birthday today. So many happy returns, Graham.
What can Adams return with here? He is under threat of losing the game, but he is going to place himself well.
95. Stephanie require 105.
We missed Tops to win the match in the previous leg. Tops again.
85.
This time he misses it low.
Simon, it requires 70.
Are we going all the way once again?
He has not lost today,
50.
but he might be about to lose to
Stephanie
Hendrick,
requires
who's got
20.
double 10 for the umpteenth time in this match.
No score. Simon, it require 20.
I make that 5-match darts missed. And Adams could show him where double 10 is.
Game shown.
All the way,
sixth
Jose.
leg.
That's what today's all about.
Simon Adams.
How is Adams getting away with this?
I think that Simon
Seventh and
Adams,
final
he
leg,
does that
Stefan
celebration
to throw
every
first.
time, but rarely have we
Game
seen
on.
him do it with as many smiles on his face as he has today. Now, I think that he thinks that somebody
60.
upstairs is on his side.
Who's upstairs? Just you and me.
We are in a church.
60.
Oh, the only thing holy about me is my socks, unfortunately.
85.
But there is a lot of research into this, that believing in a higher power, whether it's true or not, can actually give you an edge.
100.
You'll have to send me those articles. I think it transcribes into believing in
57.
yourself.
But also, when you just believe purely on yourself, then you bring self-doubt into the equation at times. Whereas if you manage to get an attitude of kind of what will be, that eliminates that. What is meant will be.
100.
Well, let us talk about something while we still can in this match. Conor Heenahan has lost 4-3 today 3 times. Simon Adams if he takes care of this leg, he will win 4-3 3 times.
So Adams could have been left on 4 points for 3 legs going the other way, and Heenahan could have been on 14 points with 3 legs going the other way. There could have been 10 points between
43.
them, and they might be level.
Simon Ibaquoia, 141.
In fact, Adams might be ahead. Level with Lonsdale at the top of the table.
And every time he plays in the 7th leg, he seems to play better.
105. Stephanie Ibaquoia,
He's got the whole group in his hands now. Oh, has he?
122.
That's been a sideshow, hasn't it? Neighbouring doubles have been hit, and that's hit at the wrong time for Hendrick. Is it the right time for Simon Adams?
Where's Lisa Stansfield when you need her? This is the right time to hit double 9. It's happened again. 4-3 to Simon Adams. I hope he's not using up lives here, but 3 wins from 3. And now he's on 10 points, only 3 legs behind Tom Lonsdale. But Lonsdale has that game in hand and is coming up against Moreno Blom next. A curious turn of events over the last 8 games sees 7 games go the distance. That's the standard you've just seen. Plenty of missed darts at double. But now we turn our attention to the end of round 3. The end of round 3 is nigh then, and we will find out who is top of the table. There is a chance that Simon Adams could be at the top of the table, and who thought that was possible after 8 rounds of play and 3 rounds of play today? If Moreno Blom can get the win over Lonsdale here, though, he will join Heenahan on 8, and it will be Hendrick and Banks on 6.
First leg, it's Moreno.
It's all going off here on Tuesday. And as for trying to predict what happens next, good luck with that.
I'll tell you what, there will be a few
60
darts fans and players in South Africa watching today, and Simon Adams is inspiring
60.
a continent.
You make a good point, actually, because predominantly,
119.
when it comes to African darts, it's South Africa that holds up the entire continent on their shoulders. You don't get a great deal of
57.
players from other countries in Africa yet, but that is changing.
Yep, something that they're certainly working on.
60.
But he's won all 3 of his games so far.
134.
Tom Lonsdale is looking to do the same.
It's never a bad thing winning your first 3 games.
92.
The only time you can start that sentence and finish it negatively is if you lose your last 2.
93.
As for yesterday, Blom won this game by 4-0. What he would give to do that again, it would reinvigorate his challenge in this group.
157.
Shots on. Not for long.
64. Running record 65.
It's going to have to be 15 and tops now. Unless he wants to go 19 double 18.
45.
Sometimes I feel like he just needs that extra little bit of setting before he throws the dart. Nice recovery there from Tom, but he can't find the double 16.
Game shot on the
Just
first
doesn't
leg.
hang around.
Rhino Blom.
This pace is definitely going to suit him better than the game he had against Adams.
Yeah, absolutely.
Second against Tom to throw first.
You tease the prospect, but Blom will see this match as very winnable, and if he does win it, 10 points Lonsdale, 10 points Adams, 8 points Heenahan, 8 points Blom, and 6 apiece for Hendrick and Banks, who are going to then play
134.
each other. So we'll have 5 players definitely split by 2 points, unless Lonsdale wins this game.
140.
If he does win this game, on the same amount of matches as Conor Heenahan, Paul, he'll have put himself 4 clear. Does
59.
he suddenly assume the mantle as favourite to win the group?
Honestly, the way things are going,
41.
it's not a lottery by any means, but it will feel that way.
138.
Yeah, great use of the 18s, then the 60 from Moreno. Just a really good counter. He might have made a couple of tactical errors over the last couple of days,
60.
but
Moreno, you
he's
require
just shown
170.
exactly what he's about right there. And to answer your
60.
question, I'm not even sure there is a favourite
Tommy
anymore.
require 120.
Well, there might not be. We could see one of the closest races to the finish that we've ever seen between
60.
multiple
Moreno require
players.
110.
Last week we saw a fantastic race between 2 players. We could see many of them involved this time around.
54. Tommy requires 60.
That's slightly awkward.
Game
But he
shot on
finds the
second
adjustment.
leg. Tom Lonsdale.
4-3, anybody?
Earlier in the series, Paul, we
Then
saw
against
Robert
Moreno to
Thornton
throw first.
mismatch darts that would have won him Group A and then end up in Group C. I think we could see something similar in this
58.
group tomorrow.
Yeah, that sounds familiar. And Robert is someone who's had a very similar
58.
record to that of Conor Heenahan in being perfect in making Saturdays, but not recently.
27.
This is better.
177.
Doesn't get much better.
54.
Blom has not won a game today, and neither has Heenahan. Lonsdale's got to make the best of that.
85.
Because at the start of play, he'll have looked at those two as his biggest challengers.
98.
And when your biggest challengers are not contending, they're not grabbing points, you've got to make hay while the sun shines, and the sunshine is very hot.
60. 44. Time you require 121.
He does have the luxury of starting on the bullseye here.
65.
The setup is fine, but it very much depends on what happens next. And there are little similarities here between Blom and Heenahan. Not just their points tally for the day, but they are starting to show micro signs of frustration.
52.
And that was a micro miss, wasn't it, for Lonsdale? Now Blom goes for 2 tops, but plays it safe enough that he still gets a dart at the target. And he uses those darts to guide it in. Well done, that. That's how to go for 2 tops.
Did you notice, though, dart 2 flattened out a little bit, and it opened up the top bed. If that had gone in at the same angle as dart 1, he wasn't hitting it in that spot.
2-1.
60.
To the Dutch speedster.
$44.
Who was the first Dutch player to be really quick? Did you think about Barneveld was fairly fast when he started at Lakeside in the early 90s?
Van der Voort?
Yeah, possibly, because Roland Scholten wasn't quick.
180.
I'm sure you'll have your own suggestions in the chat room. Do keep getting in touch.
So many other Dutch names who came through in the same sort of era as Van Gerwen, Klassen, Van der Voort, who maybe don't get as much attention as they deserve. I mean, someone like Niels de Ruyter, for instance, who made the semi-finals of the Grand Slam.
140.
I think you enjoyed that 140, Tom.
$84. Tommy required 39.
He's getting in his groove now.
Game shot on the 4.
And this is very typical Tom, because earlier in the day, when he was 2-0 down to Banks, he won the next 4.
Moreno to throw first.
He has a way of getting himself back into a match, both mentally and with accuracy.
Typical today as well, isn't it?
93.
4 legs played and it's 2-2.
$42.
We haven't even mentioned 2-2 when Simon's been playing. I think we deserve a medal for that.
140.
Time will tell.
There's a lot of nice messages in the chat room, actually, about Simon Adams. Neil says, saw Simon at the seniors this weekend. Amazing guy. Practiced with him for 30 minutes and he's a great player. Charlie says...
78.
Yeah, he's a top bloke. Came to visit my college group when we were over in South Africa and spent hours with
59.
us. Great to have those anecdotes.
Yeah, darts is a way of giving back. You get a little bit of success.
93.
You can either go insular or you can just give a little bit back, which can go an awfully long way.
Well, well, well. A little look across in the direction of Lonsdale there. We were talking about Needle earlier today. Not sure if anything happened.
80.
I think that's an example of Moreno Blom being too quick himself.
67.
Another next door neighbour. Can I have my ball back, please?
You just brought up another first time seeing in darts. If that happens, that's what's happening next. Love this play.
40.
Doesn't love the result.
Right now you record 124. 42. Tommy requires 16.
Finds it this time, 3-2 Lonsdale, and that's a break of throat. It might just be the second game of the day that goes only 6 legs.
So what happened in the middle of that leg there?
Game on.
Moreno Blom races to the oche. Tom Lonsdale's walking back past him. He throws his dart, misses the portion of the board he's going for, then looks at Lonsdale as if to say, oh, you're in my line of sight. Well, I'm sorry, Moreno, but that's your fault.
Do you remember that infamous Newcastle Premier League match between Mervyn King and Phil Taylor? Where Mervyn threw a dart and Phil was retrieving something from the floor. So what was reported
57.
was that Mervyn threw a dart over Phil's back. Phil didn't like that very much.
58.
And something else happened backstage, which I'm not at liberty to divulge.
41.
I really wish I could tell you, though.
Price and Van Gerwen actually have had something similar. Price throwing a dart sort of over the shoulder of MVG. There was also a time when it was walking so close to each other that they made contact.
42.
And I have to say, I've noticed Moreno Blom, often when he's walking back, he's doing it inside the exclusion zone.
140.
Yeah, the exclusion zone is not just from behind the hockey, it's to the sides as well. It's for the safety of the players.
140. Moreno record 106.
You see there, Lonsdale taking that wide berth correctly. Double 18.
70.
You can't tell from that angle, but I think that he's walking back on that carpet.
Well, why did Lonsdale hit a 140 till he 162?
Moreno record 36. Game
Maybe he knew the leg was over.
Moreno Blom.
All the way once again. Game 9, and this is the 8th last leg decider.
And he was allowed to stay in the exclusion zone before anybody ats me because
96.
it's still his go. He broke the throat.
Now, there's a saying you wouldn't have said to someone back in 1995.
139.
Don't at me.
46.
Here's another saying you wouldn't have heard in 1995. Everybody in darts is getting along.
Yeah, we could just see there. He is walking straight down the side. You don't get a chance to see Lonsdale walking back because Moreno's already thrown his
45.
first dart by the... Yeah, definitely inside it.
He's got to be careful. He might have the players' marshal on his back.
140.
I wouldn't worry about the players' marshal at the minute. I'd be worrying about the fact that Lonsdale's on 82 after 9.
If anyone's wondering why the referee's not saying anything, it's actually the right thing, because if it's not bothering Lonsdale, you don't want to bring it to his attention. This gets the attention of everybody because Tom Lonsdale has made a hat-trick of wins that sees him full clear at the top of the table, past the halfway stage in this group, and who would have thought that at the start of the day? Lonsdale gets the victory. It's another 4-3, and it's a win that sees him move a couple of points clear of Simon Adams at the top of the table. Conor Heenahan now sits in 3rd. Blom stays on 6th with Stefan Hendrick and Thomas Banks, and they go head-to-head next. Well, it's been a marathon day so far at the Modus Super Series. As you can see, all but one of the first 9 fixtures going all 7 legs. But the big news, really, that Simon Adams and Tom Lonsdale have won all 3 of their matches, and Moreno, Blom and Conor Heenahan have lost all 3 of their matches, seeing a huge reshuffle in terms of the table. Heenahan and Blom, who were first and second, now third and fourth. Lonsdale and Adams up to first and second, but it's the bottom 2 that will now do battle as Stefan Hendrick takes on Thomas Banks.
When you said reshuffle there, it sounded like government. Who's going to be the PM of this table? Looks more likely to be Tom Lonsdale than anybody else. The standard has been very strange today, because yesterday I think it was just a little bit better. In fact, the best performance of the day has been the only 90 average today from Thomas Banks. That was back in game 3.
First leg, it's Stefan to throw first. Game on.
I think Thomas deserves a lot of credit. He's still bottom of the table, but it doesn't feel like he is, because he's had such an improvement today, and if he does find another win to make it 3 from 4, he's going to vault his way into 4th position. His worry, though, about trying to win this group and to get further up the table is that leg difference that was the worst overnight.
43.
I like what I've seen from Thomas Banks.
100.
Today he's looked full of confidence, full of beans.
85.
Hasn't always looked at the dartboard when he's throwing.
And 99% of the time he has.
145.
That phrase, by the way, full of beans, was that brought in because it was part of a marketing campaign by a very famous American sauce company? Double top.
Game shot on the first leg.
Well, if he's full of beans, he's just toasted the first leg.
Do you know what? You actually asked a question about another phrase yesterday, sick as a chip, and I spent probably a good hour last night trying to find out where that came from. And
100.
Nobody really knows, but you will be interested to know that the regional origin of the phrase is actually in the northeast,
60.
believed to be from Sunderland.
Well, you were going in the right direction until you finished on Sunderland.
60.
And I think it was, again, I've not dug deep enough into it, but I've got this evening as well. I don't waste my nights. Sick as a parrot, the original phrase. Apparently, it is an evolution of that. Something went wrong somewhere.
Something between chips and parrots. Sounds like Pirates of the Caribbean.
Parrots of the Caribbean. The chip stuff all came from Stefan Hendrick's shirt, by the way. It wasn't a totally random conversation.
Oh, yeah, it's completely his fault. He's brought all these conversations into this week. I can understand why Thomas stayed on the 60 there, because he was trying to leave the 2-dart check out next, but he's going to have to settle for 140.
57. Thomas should require 140.
Take the ton here and run. Can he get through those 2?
60.
2 consecutive trebleless visits means his next shot will be just a little more difficult.
85. Thomas should require 80.
He wouldn't take 60 here. Oh, and that's the risk, isn't it, with that angle? A lot of people tend to go left on the oche there to open up the single bed. But by virtue of the fact that Stefan has not found a lot in this leg, Banks has not needed trebles to get to tops.
In the bank.
On the second leg.
Once again, Thomas Banks leads 2-0. We've said that very often.
Third leg, it's Stefan to throw first. Game on.
Do you know the origin of the phrase burning the candle at both ends?
I don't know.
100.
I found this out when I went to a beautiful part of Ireland.
Well, I'm going to do full of beans tonight. I can't report back, can I? I'm not here tomorrow.
93.
You can send me a text.
The person who is replacing me certainly will be full of beans. I can tell you that for free. Go on, burning the candle.
Sausage and bean melt. Yes, burning the candle at both ends is something from Ireland back in the days when people used to live in castles. And they realised that by having candles, they wanted to stay up and drink a little bit longer. But they didn't have a candle left. It would burn itself out. So they found out that if you turned the candle the other way,
58.
and it was horizontal instead of vertical, and they had wicks at both ends, the candle would last longer. So they can burn the candle at
43.
both ends and drink longer.
Interesting.
60.
It's one of my favourite phrases, that. And the person who told me that was from Ross Castle in Southwest Ireland.
133.
Are we going to see Thomas Banks lose another third leg, which seems to be a frequent occurrence?
42. Stephanie McGuire.
Yeah, nobody wants to be a
106.
third wheel, and apparently he doesn't want to play well in leg 3.
76.
Be very good in the old Masters format, wouldn't he?
Yeah, he just win every set 2-0.
33. Stephanie McGuire. 30. Game shot on the third leg.
There we go.
Stefan
Third leg
Hendrick.
goes against Banks and towards Hendrick.
How many times is he going to leave double 15? Somewhat
Fourth leg, it's
accidentally
Thomas to throw
and
first.
on purpose.
Following this match, the two players who were
60.
on the front row of the grid when today started, Conor Heenahan and Moreno Blom. The day has not gone their way, so the
85.
bad run will end for one of them.
Yeah, spent most of the day in the pits.
100.
And after that, Simon Adams and Tom Lonsdale, who have won all of their games today. If Adams wins, they're going to be level at the top. If Lonsdale wins,
59.
then he starts to open up a bit of a gap.
Maybe starting to justify his
95.
invitation. I know there are going to be some events taking
58.
place over the next few weeks to see who's going to qualify for the next series. If you're taking part in some of those, good luck and
85.
play well. Some people who centre their entire
87.
darting year on
Thomas
getting to this place
161.
now. That's how important it's become.
133.
My word, that's good thinking. Hand on heart, I've not seen that before, but
60.
I really like it.
Thomas McGuire. 28.
133 to leave 28. That's a little bit awkward.
Game
He
shot on the
slid
fourth
it
leg.
in somehow.
Thomas
That
Banks.
might have been the only place available in that double, you know.
His talent is on
Preferring
show.
it's Stefan to throw first.
I didn't have much of an opinion of Thomas Banks coming into this week. I wanted to learn for myself.
140.
I wanted to see it close up. But as each game goes on, there's definitely something to work with here.
58.
He's got something. I think he's a bit more vibrant than Littler.
46.
I know there's going to be comparisons with him and Luke, but I think he wears his emotions more evidently.
180.
And it's not negative, is it? It's a positive display of emotion.
45.
I think vibrant was a great word. Buoyant is another.
140.
Another blind dart.
I know he's having fun.
140.
If he takes this,
123.
he'll be really, really happy.
Can you remember when Adrian Lewis
55.
first did that? And then
130.
he did a Premier League match. And he actually, I'm laughing as I still recall it now. He actually started throwing blind darts at doubles.
42. Thomas McGuire. 68.
I wouldn't advocate that. Especially right now on tops. But somebody's just won a match in 5
Thomas
legs.
Banks.
First time today, and for only the second time today, a game does not go 7 legs, but Bulldog Banks has just launched his way up the table by 2 spots. He's now in 4th, and he's having a very good day. 83.45 will do, but the doubles were excellent. 4 hits from 7, his best effort in that department since he had a 4-3 win against Blom in Game 3. And when we come back, it's going to be Heenahan against Blom to see who gets their first win of today.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Line.
They've both got the talent where they can just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. What a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree. Only needs the one.
Shot on the second leg.
What are you saying about efficiency?
Shot on the third leg.
Is that the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Well, Smith, is it a 9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot. Undermark.
He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just like that. Only needs the one. There you can see
that she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
Shot on the first leg.
It's a breaker throw for Andres Harrison.
Shot on the second leg.
Consecutive breaker throw, double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where at the start of the day, everything was going very well for Conor Heenahan, who was top of the table, and for Moreno Blom, who was second. But today has been a darting disaster for the pair of them. Both played 3, both lost 3. That will change for one of them here, but neither is going to be happy with whatever outcome they get for the rest of the day. It's about damage limitation now, Paul.
Oh, I couldn't agree more. And just imagine what it feels like to work really hard in 3 consecutive matches and to lose every single time by 4 legs to 3. That's not just Conor. It's happened to Moreno as well. That's emotional and psychological damage imparted by their opponents. But can you imagine if it happens again?
131.
No matter what happens in this match, whoever wins is just going to be very relieved that they have
51.
stopped the possibility of walking away from Tuesday with no points at all.
100.
Well, bet against Moreno Blom at your peril, because he is someone who has been in trouble in a table before and found his way
59.
through to a couple of Saturdays in the past here. He is someone who tends to get better as the week goes on.
60.
So when I see him in 5th position in the table, I say don't panic.
95.
But I think the rule should be, it's not so much a rule, it's guidance. If you're more than 4 points behind the top dog in the table going into Wednesday, you're not going to win the group. Not from my experience, anyway. That is their mission for the rest of the day. Be within 2 or 4 points.
55.
And you might just have a chance of having Thursday and Friday off.
Good
switching from Connor. And without any hesitation, it's now double 12. And a 1-0 lead for Blom.
Moreno Blom.
Well, if Glenn Durant was here or Henry Deacon, they'd say that was Blom with a plum.
Second leg, it's Moreno to throw
Very
first.
good.
Game.
Try one for Heenahan.
So
93.
far, at the start of the day, I would have said Conor Heena can. But apparently it's Conor Heena can't.
In terms of winning the group, by the end of the day,
99.
Connor may be a goner.
He's definitely not a gunner.
140.
That shake of the head tells you what he's thinking right now, that
96.
maybe Tuesday is not going to be a very fruitful one.
104.
Blum's in the mood here. Early stages, averaging over 90, which we have barely seen all day long. But the timing is starting to improve. And by timing, I don't mean the timing of the shots, the timing of the release this time.
Now
that timing was pretty good. However, the destiny of the leg rests on this dart.
44. Conor
And now
82.
Connor's darts. Beautiful shot. Double 16. Very well done. And that corner of the board has not been that bad for him. In fact, it's tops that has not been cooperating for Connor.
It's Connor to throw first.
I don't think we should be too surprised, actually, that the level of play today has been around 84, 85.
80.
Because that's exactly what we got yesterday. Yesterday's average was 84.27.
180.
Maybe this is the game that takes it up a notch.
Oh, yeah. And
81.
maybe at the start of the day, you might think that that would be the case, but the way things have gone for both of these players, you wouldn't. And I'm going to be very interested if this does what a lot of the games have done today and reaches a last leg decider, to see who can cross the line, because Conor Heenan in particular, when he's been in that position, he's had a lot of darts like that second one of that visit, denying himself opportunities.
Now, that 5 is a symptom of the way he
95.
turns the dart away from his cheek when it comes back. Watch this. So it goes back and then he turns it a little bit. A bit like Ronnie Baxter used to do. You get the timing wrong with that
58.
shot,
Moreno
the dart will
92.
fishtail in the air towards the left.
Game shot in the third leg.
That was nice.
Moreno Blom.
Very, very nice indeed. And things could be going from bad to worse for Conor
Fourth leg, it's
Heenan.
Moreno to throw first.
This group could be getting bunched up.
100.
When you think about it, it's quite a remarkable country, the Netherlands, isn't it? It's not a very big country. It's very flat. And they're so good at a lot of things.
Full of sporting talents, isn't it? Think about Max Verstappen in Formula 1 at the moment. They've
57.
always had good footballers.
Speed skaters, swimmers.
Obviously, one of the main performing nations in this particular sport.
I often wonder if Riemer van Barneveld
140.
didn't turn pro at darts, who would have been the first flag bearer? Could it have been Roland Shelton, maybe? It probably would have been, because he was the first
39.
Dutch PDC major champion.
44.
Massively participated in, isn't it, darts? In the Netherlands.
Yeah, wherever you go, the cafe culture over there, they've got dartboards, and every single night of the week.
140. Marino 160. 60.
Conor Heenan may need to hit back with a big finish here. We've seen some combos in this game. He's had an 82. Blom's had a 97.
Well, in this combo, do you want fries with it?
125.
Again, he just drags that last dart, the one at the double.
Raine require 100.
And he leaves 5 in bits as well. Even if Blom doesn't take this out, it's not going to be easy for Conor. Oh, another.
60.
I'm going to explain why as well, because if he hits a single one and then goes inside on the double 2, he's blocked the double one.
Game shot.
Avoids that just, and it's all square.
I just missed a trick, didn't I, with that combination shot? Do you want 5s with that?
Looks like it's Conor to
I should
throw
have said that instead.
Game.
Well, we're going to go back to the 90s now. Do you remember? Yeah, I don't know if you were into your rap back then, were you, Murph?
Not particularly, but
100.
There was a song called "I've Got 5" on it. Remember that?
Yeah, oh, no, yeah, I'm familiar with that. Yeah, I'm not going to do you a few bars.
96.
Who sung that?
I think it was the Loonies, wasn't it? Is that how we would say it? Or was it Da Loonies?
96.
Luniz, yeah.
34.
I got 5 on it. It's all gone a bit partridge in here, hasn't it?
Well, he did hit a check out of 5. And we are guaranteed to get more than 5 legs in this game. Of course we are. It's these two. They're probably going to play 7 legs in every match they play today.
58.
There it is again. That drag to the left. Or as Sid Waddell once put it about Wayne Mardle, lateral drift.
Well, we were talking about Max Verstappen, weren't we? I think
99.
Conor Heenan needs his own version of DRS. Some kind of drag reduction system in play.
You were seeing?
115.
Almost pressed the accelerator there. And that scuppers that.
I really don't think it suits him, racing to the hockey. I'm going to
74.
address the point further in the next leg, because there's another element to this, why it's so off-putting for Moreno Blom to see his opponent walking back. And he'll see Conor Heenan walking back.
Conor Heenan.
After winning the leg. And the reason, Paul, for me, is simply that he's left-handed. So he's facing in the direction that they're walking back. His body's open up towards them. And he's probably going to be distracted a little bit more than a player who, like Heenan now, has almost got his back to Blom as he shuffles past.
Yeah, that's a very fair comment.
81.
He obviously just wants to get on with things.
130.
Is that one of the reasons why the majority of his success has come in a certain part of Europe? It can't be an accident. He's won in Austria,
45.
Hungary, and Serbia. But nowhere else.
140.
Maybe the boards are a certain way that favours left-handers in that part of the world. But I think you're onto something.
100. Moreno 170.
He's almost throwing towards the opponent when he does things like this.
134.
I don't know why he'd turn round there. When the camera cut back to him, he was facing Conor Heenan.
45.
Anybody aware? I don't know.
Well, I'm in the dark. I think he'll split this. 4-4.
Game shot in the 6th.
Shock horror, we're going the distance.
Something occurred, I think.
7th final leg, it's Conor
it's
to
all
throw first.
friends now, but you could see the referee Owen Binks having a look. Maybe it was a noise outside of the arena.
100.
I did tell you we were in a holy place, and sometimes you can get noises seeping through said holes.
100.
Oh, this is brilliant.
100.
This is the kind of leg you need when you're trying to get your first win of the day. The ton 140 ton scenario.
100.
Get yourself on a finish after 9. Go 17s. Now you go back to 20s. Oh, and that's just a wicked deflection.
Let's not forget, they've both been in this position 3 times today already, and they've both lost in this position 3 times today already.
61.
Finally poised with a 1 dart gap between the two. Can Connor hammer home the fact that he's got the darts? Oh,
43.
well, that opens the door.
Connor can turn his day around, really. If he beats Blom here, he plays Lonsdale in his last game, in the last game.
40. Connie Rock 135.
That's true. But it must start here. Interesting. Very interesting. He's got it wrong.
133.
He's left double 1.
Wow.
Now, how's that going to play with him mentally? Oh, well, I think there was some thought into that one. The second time he's done a Peter Wright today, but Heenahan, how does he handle the fact that the game isn't finished?
Especially in this position, having lost in this
score.
position
Right,
in all 3 of his games so far. That is a mammoth mathematical meltdown. And now Moreno Blom misses a big number.
40.
Connor Heenahan's on the littlest number you can be to win a match. You got yourself into this mess, Connor. And he can't get himself out of it.
It's all about the mental side. He thought the game was done. Does he lose it?
35.
This is so symptomatic of what they've been through on Tuesday.
2.
Don't tell me that the past doesn't affect the present. Finally, Heenahan anchors the winning double, but he cannot believe the huge mistake he made in getting there. Double 1 in the end after a complete mathematical meltdown, a disaster on the dartboard, but he averts the disaster day. Owen Biggs, the referee, explaining the shot that Connor Heenahan got wrong. He won 135, he scored 133 and left himself on double 1. Finally, though, he does get a win, 4-3 over Moreno Blom. Look at that, the average 10 points worse off than that of his Dutch opponent, but he has lost 4-3 in every single game today. Heenahan picks up points, and the fun continues here at the Super Series with Simon Adams and Tom Lonsdale next.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
Team for the ball. Ball.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scaife. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be He seems to be out, that's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie Face is through.
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we have a battle between the top two players today. Simon Adams and Tom Lonsdale have both won 3 from 3. And a win here for Adams would actually see him join Tom Lonsdale at the top of the table. Despite a difficult day, Conor Heenan now separates them in that league table. Lonsdale top, Adams in third, and Heenan is back in second after that. I don't even know how to describe it. That bizarre victory against Moreno Blom. We did say it will be interesting to see what happened, Paul, when that match got to a last leg decider, if it did. And it was more than interesting.
First leg, it's Simon to throw first. Game on.
I'm going to call it a weirdathon, because there was so much weird stuff happened in that game and the last leg. But now we turn our attention to see if Lonsdale can create himself a 4-point cushion at the top.
100.
I didn't think I was going to be saying that this morning.
Yeah, he's played well. He deserves it. We did point out at the start of the show that he was
100.
the best performer statistically over his 5 games yesterday, even if he did not get the results that maybe they merited. 3 wins from 5.
43.
Now he's got 3 wins from 3.
Ironically, he's in a better position at this point of the day than yesterday, having played worse.
80.
But that's darts.
And the same can certainly be said for Simon Adams, who hasn't produced an awful lot in terms of the averages today, but has got 6 points.
No, I think he's averaging about 76 for the day. Just goes to show, doesn't it? You just got to beat your opponent. And how they play when they play you. Simon doesn't have to beat 110 average in this game unless Tom puts in 110 average.
60.
He's just got to beat Tom over the next 15 to 20 minutes and do better than him incrementally. You can almost play beat the score darts. Tom hits 59. Adams will be thinking, well, I'll score more than 59 then. It's almost how he plays the game. And in a day of complete
60.
weirdness, we're talking about a guy who had a single 9 to leave 170.
Yeah, madness.
32.
Well,
Was it 170?
100, wasn't it?
It was 100, yeah.
Yeah.
That could catch on, that, you know.
That last visit from Lonsdale might just open the door here for Adams. Although he does need to find a treble or 2 himself.
45. Tommy record 130.
Yeah, definitely advantage Lonsdale now. That third dart is the best of the bunch.
140.
Really did take advantage of the lie. Now that shot's off. It could well be break time. Tom Lonsdale.
81. Tommy required 36.
He can work with that one.
Game shot on the
And
first.
he makes it work very, very well.
Second leg, it's Tom to throw first.
It's been a pretty good time for the English in this series. But we have got other nations
95.
represented in Champions Week already. Jim Long of Canada is going to come back. Richard Eric Rowlands from Wales. Jimmy Van Schie of the Netherlands. Neil Duff, Northern Ireland.
180.
But the last 3 weeks, it's been all English. Alongside Tom Sykes, who started the series with a victory against Justin Smith. And what a final that was.
In this one, Adams bouncing back after being broken in leg one. The maximum off the bat in the second.
59.
It's been a lot of English and Welsh representation in the finals in this series, by the way. Terry Nash, Richie Burnett,
100.
Justin Smith, Richard Eric Rowlands, all from Wales. Mike Warburton. Wonder what else we're going to see before we go into Champions Week at the end of August.
20.
Remember, you can join us here this Saturday night if you want to see some world-class darts in front of some mad darts fans on a very warm night in Portsmouth.
180.
Sounds like fun. Get yourself down. You might even get to meet Simon Adams. And take it from me, that's a very pleasurable experience.
Lonsdale here,
83.
hoping to take a step closer himself because he could be opening a gap at the top of the table. The winner of this group does make it through to the finals night on Saturday.
34. Simon and Require 151.
Remember, Adams started this leg with a 180. Lonsdale has hit one back and turned the leg around.
Turn it around, baby. Turn it around.
131.
Another 90s song.
Tommy Require 32.
So close for Simon Adams to a blockbuster finish.
16.
But he will come back.
That was such a great camera angle to see what he could see, and he almost found it.
A pair of fives found by Adams, breaks back.
Simon Adams
cancels out that breaker throw. Relief for Simon Adams.
Third leg, it's Simon.
Paul Nicholson was just telling you about tickets for Saturday. Well, don't forget you can book yours via dartshop.tv. The
game on.
QR code there will take you straight to that page. Not just to book tickets for this Saturday, but any Saturday at the Super Series, including Champions Week, for which tickets are now at a premium. So get yours ASAP. And you can also buy tickets to various exhibitions featuring the best darts players in the world. And some rubbish ones as well. Jokes.
100.
That's a perfect first start for Tom.
83.
What I want everybody watching this to watch the next time Tom hits a first start treble 20 is what he goes for next. Look at what he's trying to do with the second dart. Not on this occasion, but I will reference it the next time he does it. Because of the angle of the dart in the board, something changes as soon as he hits a prime treble 20 with dart 1. If he's looking to score a maximum, that is. Which is something right now he would definitely greet. Look at the flight. That's what he's trying to aim for.
100.
He's trying to hit that flight in the bed so it will nestle and have all three darts together. Just so happened that 2 out of 3 ain't bad.
46. Tommy Require 102.
Adams only on a similar finish to Lonsdale, who may take his out. Double 16. Found.
Game
Brilliant.
from the third leg.
Break.
Tom
102
Lonsdale.
taken by Tom. And the lead goes
Fourth
back
leg, it's
to
Tom to throw
Lonsdale.
first.
There's not been a massive amount of Tom Plus finishes today. By my count, that's only the 4th. And we had 9 yesterday.
You know, this group's been so gripping that we've barely touched on the players that will be in action later in the week. But Group B,
55.
to me, looks very tasty. Mike van Duijvenbode, the Dutch former tour card holder, joined by Steve Hine, who's played well every time he's been here,
57.
and Scott Mitchell, who I think is a weekly winner in waiting.
Steve Hine has never brought any muffins for us.
And then Matthew Edgar, when he was here last week, he pointed to a couple of players in Group C actually as potential winners of this week, Scott Campbell and Jamie Atkins.
Yeah, I'm with you on Jamie Atkins. Scott Campbell was third favourite for the week at the start of the week. And the last time he was here, he was very good. Made Saturday and caused problems for a lot of players. And with that experience, Matt might be onto something there.
So, yep, don't forget, plenty more sessions. Back at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow for the conclusion of this group, and it looks like it will be a close run thing, although Tom Lonsdale is trying to make sure it's not. And then it's double sessions of darts Thursday and Friday, 1 p.m. and 10 p.m. for groups C and B.
40.
Well, not too much on the floor there. That was only 5 points. It doesn't necessarily affect what could happen next.
38.
And 3-1 Lonsdale looks
score was 40.
fairly academic if his doubling is something to be believed. So even if Adams had hit a treble 20 with that dart was on the floor, it would have left 165. It wouldn't have been a finish.
41. Tommy required 52.
Well, this game may be nearing its finish, and Simon Adams's winning streak may be coming to an end. As Tom Lonsdale looks to extend his.
Looking fairly cool under warm conditions.
Game on.
And it can be very difficult in warm conditions to play in spectacles. They can slip down your nose, they can fog up. It's all part of the maintenance that you have to go through as a dart player. How many golfers do you know? How many tennis players do you know? How many basketballers do you know that wear glasses?
125.
Very few. There's a reason for that.
I've not seen any boxers wearing them. By the way, we're talking about Tom Lonsdale here as this winning streak today, but it would be a 6-game winning streak. He lost 2 of his first 3 matches in this group, and his last defeat was 4-0 at the hands of Moreno Blom. This has been a real turnaround.
Yeah, Tom's desire is not questionable. The last time he was here, he was involved in a ridiculous Group B situation where he finished 5th, and there was no shame in that.
180.
And I think the disappointment of not making it through that group, it was evident at the end. He spoke quite eloquently with some of us here at the Modus Super Series, and he said, I'll be back, and I'll be better for it. And let's face facts, he is.
Adams not ready to surrender yet.
55.
Now, this is where you want to leave 82. Or better.
182
will do.
Simon McCoy,
for the match. Could be a guaranteed shot. Could be. And is. But only just.
100. Tommy require 82.
He's going to get a dart at tops to continue this winning streak,
Tom Lonsdale.
ending Simon Adams' own little streak in the process. Adams won his first 3 games today, but Lonsdale proved too strong as he makes it 6 on the spin, including all 4 today, and he now starts to open a gap at the top of the table, 4 points clear of both Heenahan and Adams as we move into the final round of fixtures on Tuesday, kicking off with Moreno Blom against Stefan Hendrick.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49, 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. 2 players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 1-4-1? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot and the match.
Steve West has won the match with a 9-dart.
But Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Franchise Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy, blends, you know, my grandpa Mark Salmon.
Do you? On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared.
Yes, you beauty! Nice and high, and Fox has now got the game back into his
100
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Leacock!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9-darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious! Whoa!
Tommy Leishman.
Back-to-back 9-darters!
Final round of play on Tuesday is imminent then, so let's get into it with Stefan, the man with the chips, but he's not the man with the most chips in the table. In fact, he's only got 6 chips, whereas Tom Lonsdale's got 14, and he is definitely going to be leading going into Wednesday now. Conor Heenahan, he can get closer, as can Simon Adams, but now we will turn our attention to Moreno Blom and Stefan at the bottom of the table, trying to stay in with a minimal shout as to what they can do at the end of moving day into the final day of this group. It is likely, Murph, that these two are not going to win the group now, so how likely is it that both players can possibly push for Group B?
Well, the best that they can hope for in terms of winning the group now is to be 6 points behind Tom Lonsdale. If we're saying that is too big a gap to bridge, are we also saying that if Lonsdale beats Heenahan, then the group is pretty much his? Because he would have a 6-point lead over him.
140.
In fact, if Adams loses to Banks, he would have a 6-point lead over both of them.
135.
Let's face it, in game 15, when Lonsdale does play against Heenahan,
180.
if he wins, the turnaround today is ridiculous.
Yeah, I think actually the last game today is going to prove to be the most pivotal game of this group.
And yesterday, you and I were sitting next to each other at 9:29, and we said that game 15 of day 2 could be the biggest game.
59. Moreno required 41.
Meanwhile,
big start by Blom.
21.
You actually sometimes forget how quick Hendrick is. This will be a really rapid encounter, won't it?
92.
They both really get on with it. Hendrick
no score.
Throws his darts like hot chips. Moreno Blom has found himself in the wrong bed, and that's happened a lot this week.
Yeah. Advisory is don't throw away
80.
chips.
Moreno required 20. Game shot
That's better.
Moreno Blom.
By the time we come in tomorrow to do day 3, I want to know how many times we've seen someone hit the next door neighbour. It must be close to 15 times now in 2 days.
41.
You called it, can I have my ball back?
140.
I once named it Goldilocks. Someone's been sleeping in my bed.
140. 57.
I think Moreno was a lot more comfortable with the pace of this game. He was definitely not happy against Simon Adams.
100.
But the fact that he hasn't won a match today, that is the thing that's not pleased him the most.
He hasn't really looked happy all day, has he? Look, he's been
57.
brutally unlucky. Lost 4-3 to Thomas Banks. Lost 4-3 to Simon Adams.
140.
Lost 4-3 to Tom Lonsdale. Lost 4-3 to Conor Heenahan.
Yeah, that'll do anybody's head in.
140.
And it takes some recovering from, I imagine.
Darts is a mental game in more ways than one.
Game shot the
And
second
here we go
leg.
again.
Stefan Hendrick.
Hendrick with a very, very good 15 darter. Gets us level.
Third leg
And we're
gets Moreno
going
to throw
super
first.
speedy now.
Can you imagine playing every possible leg in a day
60.
and having no points to show for it?
So that would be
140.
35 legs of darts and no points. Ouch.
91.
All the hard work you've put in just counts for nothing.
Well, in a sense, that is darts.
28.
Because if you think about it this way, when Mensur Suljovic made the World Match Play final in 2018 and lost in 40 legs to Gary Anderson, he didn't get anything for that. He'd already made the prize money. All winning gets you is an opportunity for more. It doesn't guarantee you more.
120.
Put that in context. He won more legs than most World Match Play winners won in their finals and didn't
59.
win.
Yeah, the only other person who has won 19 legs in a match play final is Rod Harrington, and he did it twice. And he won both of his
26.
against Peter Manley and Ronnie Baxter.
$61.
It's a privileged place to be, I'm sure, to be in a match play final. And it's a privileged place to be when you get to a Champions Night final.
95.
Weren't we lucky to see a 4-3 at the end of the last series?
Yeah, the
136.
most dramatic finale we've ever had at a Champions Week here so far.
76.
Blom will come back. Has to be careful now. That was close to a bust. And another wrong bed for Moreno Blom. This time he's in the right one.
Third leg. Moreno Blom.
But did you notice there that he took that little step back, thought about the position and put it right?
Fourth leg, it's Stefan.
And that goes into what you were saying earlier about getting to the hockey a little bit quicker.
Do you know what players don't do as well in those situations, which he did actually there? Made sure that if he missed, it was inside.
140.
The worst case scenario is your last dart, you're getting at a clear double, a clear target. How many times do we see a player do something like that, block it, miss again outside, and then they're throwing it at a double that's even more severely blocked?
Yeah, that's right. And let's face it, if the double is hard to see, and you've got 2 darts left, you can always split it. You can go for something else. If you've got 16 left there, you can go
97.
4-6. It would show incredible lateral thinking.
Well, when else in
100.
life would you take aim at something without being able to see your target? Just wouldn't happen, would it?
Too true.
140.
This fast game is rapidly going towards the business end.
59. Stephanie McCoy, 48.
Double top.
28.
Chance for Blom. This is to break and to get that 3-1 lead, and with a flash, he's got tops.
97. Stephanie required 20.
How many times have we seen double 10 today?
On the fourth leg.
He's had a lot of time on it himself as Stefan, but now we're into best of 3.
Fifth leg, it's Moreno to throw.
9 times today we've gone the distance. And We were given a bit of a hint, though, weren't we?
60.
Because this is week 9, and 7 times out of 8 in the finals of the week, they've gone the distance as well.
96.
You might as well call Series 8 going the distance.
134.
Well, I hope you are staying with us right until the end of today's action. The penultimate match next between Banks and Adams, and
42.
then that all-important clash towards the top of the table to see if Tom Lonsdale can put 6 points between himself and Conor Heenahan, or whether Conor can close the
81.
gap to 2 and set up a fight to the finish tomorrow.
I think it's more likely that Heenahan wins that match
45.
now than before, now that he actually has a win. If he'd lost to Blom, I would have said Lonsdale wins easily.
And by the way, he fell over the line, didn't he, after a real
56.
mistake. I still can't believe that miscount, because 133 is a really well-known finish, so to
68. Right
do that going for
170.
135 just made no sense to me.
This makes sense.
145.
Or does it?
We're about to find out, because he now has to burn a dart.
100. Moreno, you require 25.
It
Game
worked.
shot on the fifth leg.
It works a
Moreno
trick. All on throw.
Sixth leg, it's Stefan to throw first. Game on.
He's the only player, Moreno Blom, without a win to his name
60.
today.
He's got the same leg difference before this match as
60.
Stefan. And even with all of the losses, his collective leg difference in the table is still all square.
70.
Brilliantly thrown first dart, and then 2 horrible darts from Stefan Hendrik there.
60.
I think he's been struggling with his grip today, you know. Look at the twist just before he throws the dart.
83.
That little corkscrew effect. If you get it wrong, that release, it can launch.
45.
That's why most of the best players that have ever lived have not had any movement in the dart before they throw it. When have you ever seen Michael van Gerwen do that?
It's it looks like a very light gripper, so it's just finger and thumb, isn't it?
Yeah, a bit like Jan Dekker or Peter Manley.
99.
They're the only players that I know of who use only a thumb and forefinger.
62.
And can he get to a finish to trouble that 1-2-6 position? Yeah, well done.
97. Stevie McGuire, 126.
Let's see how creative he can be on 140 if this doesn't go.
More difficult now, but that's a great dart. For the bullseye.
101.
Whistled past the
Right
wire.
over
And
140.
now Blom could win the match. Won't be in this visit. Has to be careful.
Go treble 12, whatever you do. Well, that's fine.
120.
It's better than going anywhere near that treble 20.
Game shot on the sixth flag.
Again?
Stefan Hendrik.
Again?
Every game he's played this Tuesday
Seven
has
from
gone
final
the
against
distance and
Moreno
he's
to
lost
throw
every
first.
single time. I'm sure there are hearts bleeding out there right now for Moreno Blom as if
6.
to say, come on, Moreno, get yourself a win. The last thing you want to do when you leave this building is say, I lost every last leg decider I played.
100.
There have been people that have walked out the door with a
100.
-5 leg difference and got 6 points.
80.
He was involved in one 4-3 yesterday,
44.
and that was against Hendrik. And he won that one with an 84.62 average.
60.
Well, his last wins were 4-0 and 4-1 yesterday.
100.
Look at that for a dart. How did he get that in?
Is he going to be able to do against Hendrik what Heenahan did against him? He did have darts, remember, plenty of
83.
them to beat Conor Heenahan in that last leg decider.
We didn't even count them because we were too engrossed in what was happening in that last
60.
leg. I smell trouble.
138.
He may have to take this out to get any points
Moreno, you require
on a day
137.
in which he's played every single possible leg.
I think that's the first time he's taken a sip of water. And he took the wrong glass.
84.
And he's got the wrong outcome in all of those games.
40.
And Hendrick can rub salt into the wound. And does exactly that.
Stefan Hendrick.
As Moreno Blom has a remarkable day at the Super Series. All 5 of his fixtures going 4-3, but he's lost all 5 of them. Stefan Hendrick all smiles at the end. He takes the points in that one as Blom bombs down to the bottom of the table and Hendrick rises up to 4th place. A 4-3 success for him, his 2nd win of the day. Coming next, we're going to see a battle between Thomas Banks and Simon Adams.
Welcome to the penultimate game of Tuesday then, as Simon Adams starts this game in 3rd position. Thomas Banks starts the table in 5th. But things could change over the next, potentially, 7 legs. Thomas has done a very good job today of amassing 3 wins from 4. No wonder he's smiling. But if he finds 4 from 5... he could, if the margin of victory is good enough, he could hurdle Simon. The initial calculation suggests if he wins by 4 legs to 2 or better, he's going to find his way to 3rd position overnight. And that will make dinner taste awfully good.
78.
As for Adams, he's got 6 points as well from today. And he hasn't even played that well. Just imagine his mood if he walks away with
85.
4 wins from 5. And I think he understands at this juncture that the fact that he's played to this level and has still got a minimum of 3 victories for the day,
125.
that he has been somewhat blessed.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 players I think that'll be much happier today with their returns.
100.
There's a lot going on in darts over the next few days. Players' Championship action in Milton Keynes over the next 3 days. Good luck to everybody who's taken part. In fact, I'm sure some of the Super Series regulars are going to get call-ups for Stadium MK. Good luck to everybody who's attending the Pacific Masters this weekend as well in Moama in northern Victoria. Well, it's actually on
80.
the river between Victoria and New South Wales.
$180.
Yeah, very good from Banks, who guarantees himself a shot for 1-0. There's a big weekend coming up in Belgium as well. The Antwerp Open's on this weekend.
180. Thomas, you record 62.
So it's a big darting weekend. As double 10 for Thomas Banks. Gives him a 14 dart start, and yet again he's out of the traps. Time will tell
Simon to throw first.
to see if he can continue that and maybe play well in the 3rd and 4th leg to get his first big win of this campaign. Because if there has been a little bit, not criticism, but constructive feedback, it's that he can tail off after a good start.
99.
Only one game after this, and it is going to be a really significant one in this group. So don't miss it. Stay tuned. Tom Lonsdale,
59.
Conor Heenahan. In the meantime, Adams has a chance to actually go second in the table, splitting the difference between the pair, with Lonsdale on 14 and Heenahan on 10.
58.
But of course, that means that if Tom wins that match, he'll go 6 points clear of the, let's not forget, odds-on favourite Conor Heenahan to win this group. And he'll be odds-on himself at that point. But if Heenahan wins, it's back to 2 points, and it is game on Wednesday.
100.
When Adams plays on the treble 20 next, just focus on his follow-through.
134.
And I want you to compare that to Thomas Banks. 2 very, very different ways of delivering a dart. Look at this arm. Straight through, and it stays there. That's completing the dart, then going for the next one. Then I want you to look at Banks.
43.
Look at the time between throwing and retrieval.
100.
Also, just note the fact that Simon Adams has completely miscounted there. Should never, ever, ever be on 159. Not through hitting the target you went for anyway.
Every now and again, you're going to find yourself on 339. If you hit a maximum to 159, you're forgiven.
93.
But there are people out there who think you shouldn't even be on 339.
Adams last starting. It's often the case, isn't it? It's particularly with older players, actually, that when they miss a target, they can't work out. But they know what they needed when they went to the ball. But when he hit the 4 going for the 18s, then he just lost the track of his thought and what he was trying to do. Like this, though, 14-12 tops.
It's the old hurdle shot.
26.
14, 12, 20. Unfortunately, the end product, not there. And Banks knows a thing or two about a 2-0 lead.
And he sneaks that in. And once again, Bulldog Banks finds himself 2 legs to the good. Can he change that little trend of losing leg 3 here? He has the darts in it.
There's a bit of shoulder in that 3rd dart, isn't there?
There's a lot of animation in Thomas Banks today. Yesterday he had a bit of a strut, but today he has been bouncing around that stage Like a kangaroo on a pogo stick.
140.
Youthful exuberance. We should never deny anybody that.
82.
You only get one life.
Yeah, enjoy it. Enjoy every moment. That's what Simon Adams would say. Embrace it. And Banks is doing that.
I do admire the people who are like Simon, because I'm self-confessed. I'm a bit of a pessimist.
100.
So when I'm confronted with people who are always glasses full, never mind half full, I admire them.
60.
I watched a documentary recently about Linford Christie, and he's just the same as Simon Adams. Incredibly positive, even through adversity, which is quite phenomenal.
When you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change.
That reminds me of
45.
my saying that I say to young players and people who want to get good at this sport. If you want life-changing money, you've got to change your life.
130.
How is he going to get that 3-0 lead? Simon would like to leave double 18 here.
Thomas, you've got 140.
This will be some effort. He had a shot at this earlier on and missed double 12 for it.
64. Simon, you require 116.
Well, if Adams is to win this match, you would suggest he has to win this leg.
How does he get past that? He can't.
45. Thomas, you require 80.
Now, this is tricky. I think that's a brilliant single. Tops is open.
60.
Threw on it well, however,
Simon,
not quite high enough.
71.
Yeah, I can see what you were saying there. He just threw it at the dart, didn't he? Instead of building a ladder and blocking the target, he left it open. That's a great dart, though, by Simon Adams.
Game shot in the third leg. Simon Adams.
It's actually turning into a dance, isn't it? I'm digging it.
Fourth leg, it's Simon to throw first. Game on.
He enjoyed that water as well, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. That was some fabulous H2O. H2O, not H2 no.
Going back to the celebration, if you can call it that, from
83.
Simon Adams, it might actually just be something for other players to think about. Not doing what he does, but just having
58.
something you do in that moment, because it keeps everything contained, doesn't it? If you're not the kind of player that thrives off that testosterone running through your veins,
60.
keeping it contained, keeping it simple, keeping it the same, it might actually be a sensible thing to do.
Yeah, I think that's right. And even if you do have
44.
adrenaline pumping through your veins, there are some players in the past who have had synonymous celebrations, like Michael van Gerwen's 2 fist pumps at the same time, but he doesn't seem to do that anymore.
Yeah, a lot of players sort of just do it in the moment, how they feel in the moment. That's fine, that's them. But there are some players that actually need
78.
a level of calm, and knowing how you're going to react to winning a leg can actually aid that.
45.
Are you saying that Simon Adams winning a leg, looking at the hands, is probably the best one?
Potentially, yeah. We talk about a pre-shot routine being important in darts. He's got a post-shot routine, hasn't he?
That's true. He might have to keep going and become a bit more well-known for it to
100.
surpass Steve Farmer's honk honk, because that was hilarious.
80.
But I'm a big fan of people having an identity with a lot of different things within the game, whether it's attire, equipment, behavior, celebrations. I'm definitely on board with that.
What's the biggest one in
85.
professional darts? The one that's done the most the same? Is it the Johnny Clayton, do you think, maybe, the finger
I
point?
think it is, yeah. I'm a big fan of that. For someone as
104.
likeable and as
Simon, you require 95.
He's not a red carpet dart player, Johnny Clayton. He's just found something that he likes to do, and it's now called the ferret finger. I like this. 88.
87.
I like big fish even more.
Should require 170. $64. Simon in require.
Even there's a lot of thought behind going the bullseye there. I'll explain that in a second. Because Adams on double 4 could be all square. Double 2. 2-2. Desmond for the South African.
Simon Adams.
And there it is again. I just want to touch actually on something to do with this Adams reaction.
Fifth leg, it's Thomas to throw first. Game on.
Because our producer just mentioned a name in my ear. And I think that what could happen at some point
140.
is that there are these players who don't actually watch an awful lot of darts. You could get someone turning up here, playing Simon Adams, seeing the celebration, not understanding it, and mocking it, almost like Max Hopp versus Brendan Dolan versus Daryl Gurney.
Or Luke Humphries versus Dimitri Vandenberg.
But I think the Brendan Dolan one's a better example because that's what he always does. So it was
Correct.
a strange thing to mock, wasn't it?
Very much so, because Brendan does that whether it's a stage game against someone or someone else. It's just always been his thing. It was never done in a nasty way. In fact, it was the reaction of Hop that got the backup of Gurney. Now, the 170 that was left by Banks, you might wonder when he hit the 20 in that spot right there. Why would he go for 25 or ball after that? Well, if he hits 2 25s, he leaves a 2-dart leg, a 2-dart shot in the next visit. That makes sense to me. Bullseye's a bonus. Just more evidence that Banks is thinking on his feet.
24.
You get 2 singles, you leave a 3-darter. 2 25s leaves a 2-darter. Really good thinking.
I'm just going to engage with the chat for a moment on YouTube. Wiltshire Dart says, I guess Com's not reading the chat today. Oh.
Well, that's clearly not the case because you just read it.
140.
Yeah, unfortunately, our main job is to commentate on the match. But we will get involved when we can.
89.
Andrew Gilding, someone just put in the chat. That's another one, isn't it?
Fabulous. Great example.
Will we see the Adams reaction again? What's he thinking? What is he thinking? I thought it might have crossed his mind for a moment, 2 tops.
Thomas, you require 60.
He probably thinks that's a bit of peacockery. Double 10.
40.
And Banks was 2-0 up, remember?
Simon, you require 40.
It's happening again. Happened yesterday. Adams beat Banks 4-2 after he was 2-0 down.
Has to come low and left. Well, he did that, but he was too low.
20. Thomas, you require 20.
He shouldn't miss this time. And he doesn't.
On the fifth leg.
That could be huge. That exchange could change that young man's week.
Sixth leg, it's Simon.
Now, winning this table, it might be out of his reach. However, in a quest to make Group B, that might just be one of the biggest darts he's thrown.
Simon Adams may get that experience himself, but we're going to have a close fought thing for that group, whatever happens. Even if it looks like Lonsdale's going to pretty much wrap up Group A today, if he does beat Heenahan, then the battle for Group B will be very interesting. You're going to have everybody else in that, basically.
$45.
I think there are people coming in on Thursday who want to be in the same group as Simon Adams. Not because they think they can beat him easily. It's nothing to do with that. They want to spend some time with him.
I think him and Scott Mitchell could chat for hours, couldn't they?
140.
Couldn't they just?
Could play for hours as well, unfortunately.
60.
I'll let you sort that one out when you see Scott.
Off to Milton Keynes tomorrow, by the way.
So if you've got someone knocking on your door and you can hear the chug of a tractor, you know who it is.
41.
Oh, this is a good chance now. 6 darts from 2-1-2 to get the win. His leg difference stands at -4. If he wins this leg, he will overtake Simon overnight.
43.
And that's what I mean about the shoulder on dart 3. You just got to remain a little bit patient and throw dart 3 the way that you do with dart 1 and dart 2. It's amazing how many times, technically,
28.
people fail on their third dart more than any other.
$59.
So an opportunity
Simon
may be
number
here for Adams.
452.
Even if he doesn't take this out, he could be back for whatever's left.
$49.
Well, there he is again, trying to
110.
leave the 2 darter with the small single. Doesn't work. Neither does that.
95.
Gets the bullseye too late.
Simon never require 100.
Yeah, that was a strange one for me for Simon Adams. But he might yet take out the remainder.
63.
Oh, great chance for Banks now.
Thomas should require 15.
His reaction, if he hits this, will be priceless.
Game shot and
Look at that. Very
Thomas
happy with
Banks.
his day's work. He's going to go into the final day of the group with a very healthy points total of 10. After winning 1 game from 5 yesterday, he has quadrupled his output on Tuesday and found his way to 3rd position, which is now a guaranteed spot going ahead of the last day of the group. An average of exactly 80 and 4 out of 9 on the doubles, which is really, really decent, in fact. But now he's done, as is Adams for the day, who will, I suppose, be pleased with 3 wins from 5. When we come back, it's going to be Lonsdale against Heenahan, and it is the biggest game of the group so far. Final game of Tuesday, and it's a big one for Tom Lonsdale. If he beats Conor Heenahan and reverses the fixture result from yesterday, he's going to be in a very good position going into the last day of play tomorrow in Group A. But Heenahan is not just playing for himself. In fact, mostly he's playing for himself. However, he's somewhat in a proxy state playing for Thomas Banks and for Simon Adams as well, because if he can restrict Lonsdale to 14 points, not only will Heenahan make to 12,
game on.
However, Banks and Adams will still be in touching distance of the top spot. But it's all up to Lonsdale. If he wins, he's almost got 1 foot into Saturday night already.
Yeah, this is an enormous encounter. Could be the biggest of the week when you consider that the winner of Group A makes it through to finals night. Does not have to deal with a secondary group on Thursday and Friday. And there is no guarantee that any of the players that don't win this group do make it through.
Well, let me put it to you one other way as well. Let's go through the table. Let's say Moreno Blom wins the group. Now, he's not going to, from his position.
60.
He would stay in Portsmouth. Stefan Hendrick wins the group. He stays in Portsmouth. He doesn't go back to Belgium. Simon Adams is not going back to South Africa if he wins the group.
140.
Thomas Banks, if he won the group, he probably would go home because he can be home in about 2 hours.
59.
Conor Heenahan's not going to go back to Ireland and come back, but Lonsdale will have a very interesting choice to make if he wins the group, because he can go back to Bridgewater
81.
and be there in about 2.5 hours.
170.
He doesn't have to stay in Portsmouth.
I'm going to ask you another question. I'll do it at the start of the second leg of the game, because the first one is reaching its conclusion and Heenahan has a chance to break the throw, but that's a misfire. And it's been the miss he's been making today. To the left.
49. Tommy Rakoy, 110.
That's not a misfire. Why?
94.
Went straight for the ball. Why on earth would he do that, and why now? What was he thinking? What was he feeling?
On the first
and what's he feeling now?
Clumsy, foolish.
Second leg, it's Conor to throw first. Game.
I did not see that coming. And
was that a statement play to say to Conor Heenahan, I'm dismissing you?
If it is,
57.
It's silly, because I don't think you should do that. There are parts of the world where they believe you should do that, and I don't agree.
He has done it before, did it when he was here last time, but not in this position.
Not at all. Not with the magnitude of this game.
100.
Or does he believe, with a 4-point cushion coming into this match, that he's afforded the luxury of doing that?
Conor Heenahan, of course, is playing for his own chances in this group to be in contention going into tomorrow. So with that in mind, is he also playing for the chances of
81.
both Thomas Banks and Simon Adams?
Yes, definitely. I don't think he'll shoulder that pressure, because I don't think he'll see it that way. He'll see it in a more singular sense of, I'm playing for me and nobody else. But we're trying to find another narrative.
44.
And there it is, that drift into the 5 again. That's got to stop.
140.
And back on the leg is Lonsdale now.
$59.
Now, what does he do from this number? I'm starting to question everything I think about the game when you go 60 bull with 3 darts in hand when your opponent's on a double.
42. Connie require 106.
He's let himself a bogey number. That was not part of the plan. Another. Tops.
100.
Do get the feeling that Heenahan needs something like that to spark a little bit of positivity into his day. I know he's won a match, but it hasn't been a good day anyway.
95. Connie required 20. Game
2-0 lead for Heenahan.
Connor Heenahan.
Seems like a normal result considering the start of play, but this is game 15, and everything we've seen today has been puzzling. Whether it's been the amount of 4-3s, the undefeated streak of Lonsdale,
134.
the Blom disaster. Heenahan's biggest finish of the day
140.
has been 82.
125.
The reason I bring that up is because usually after a couple of days, Connor's got something like a 130 or a 156. He might not need something like that in this game. He seems to be overpowering Tom
97.
for the last few minutes.
Yeah, this is... Well, you mentioned it, but that mess of a win in his previous game might be the spark that he needed.
43. Tommy back 145.
It's that out-of-form striker, isn't it, in football, who has one going off his backside and suddenly his fortunes turn around.
65. Connie
A
required
bit like Rasmus Højlund last
138.
year. Couldn't score for Toffee, and then all of a sudden he was the hottest striker in the Premier League.
Well, a spectacular finish for Heenahan here, who again sends one flying to the left, but does
Tommy
recover.
required 80.
This is a big moment. Big, big moment. Big, big dart. And in
50.
keeping with one of the
Connie required
patterns of the
52.
week, it's in the bed next door.
I've never seen anything like it. I've seen plenty of
Game
that,
shot in
though.
the third leg.
This is all
Connor
going the
Heenahan.
way of Hino.
Fourth leg, it's Connor to throw first.
A bit like the rhyme of his nickname, that casino game, Keno. He's getting all the numbers.
95.
He probably likes a bit of Keno, because right now he's doing his job. Seen a lot of darts at double today, and that is purely because we've had so many legs.
We
have not had one 4-0 scoreline all day long. And one of the only ones we've seen this week was when Lonsdale lost yesterday to Blom. Boy, that sounds like a long time ago. That was the last time he lost.
Well, it could be coming to an emphatic end.
180.
Because that 180 puts Conor Heenahan on the cusp of a 4-0 whitewash win. That means that this
99.
group will be there for the
131.
taking on Wednesday.
Let's not forget the leg difference. If Heenahan wins this game 4-0, which looks very likely right now, he's going to be 2 points behind Lonsdale going into Wednesday, but with a superior leg difference.
45.
And it's not just 1 or 2. It'll be more like 4.
Double 10. This group was turned upside down for Conor Heenahan, but he's dug deep and turned it back around, ending with 2 wins after 3 defeats and closing with a 4-0 win against a man who hadn't lost before that game. Lonsdale loses, Heenahan wins, and he does it with a thumping scoreline, 4-0. And that really isn't in keeping with the day, because it's been 4-3 pretty much all the way through for the majority of the matches. But Conor finds his best when it really matters most. He moves within 2 points of Tom Lonsdale. We will reflect on today's action and preview tomorrow's after this short break. So that's it, and it is set up nicely for tomorrow after that Conor Heenan victory, which was the best performance of the day, Paul.
Yeah, by a couple of points as well. Thomas Banks in round 1, averaging 90, getting a good first win. He had a really fruitful day, but Conor Heenan, my word, I think you might have to spend a good 90 minutes with him to sum up what has been a very perplexing day. Losing 4-3 3 times, then getting that vital 4-3 win against Blom, but then putting in the 4-0 win at the end. It'll make dinner taste very sweet indeed.
Certainly will. Let's take a look at those results, actually, because this has been a remarkable set of fixtures today. Tom Lonsdale didn't lose until the last match. Conor Heenan didn't win until the penultimate match, and we've seen an example there of just what one win can do for you. But I have to ask you about Moreno Blom, whose name hasn't turned to gold at all there, despite the fact he's played the maximum amount of legs today.
Yeah, he's going to be frustrated. And I think he's going to be the most dangerous player tomorrow. You might think it's strange to say that, but he's at the bottom of the table on 6 points. He's going to be let off the leash tomorrow. He could do anything. He's going to be thinking, I've got way too much to do to get anywhere near the top. But imagine him as an opponent tomorrow. He will be a nightmare.
Right, how big was the game we've just witnessed? That 4-0 win for Conor Heenan, and also how silly was it for Tom Lonsdale to do what he did in the first leg?
This is something you have to tell people not to do. Unfortunately, when you see your opponents on 40, you've got a lovely treble 20, and all of those lovely doubles on the outer ring to choose from. Right there, you pick tops, you pick double 18, you pick double 16. Going bull there. And the reason you don't do it is because if you miss and hit the 25, you've got a dart you can't use. That's the cardinal sin of any form of darts around the world. I've spoken with a lot of soft tippers from the Far East, and the way you play that game is you don't waste a dart. It transcribes into the way we play steel tip darts, and you can't do that. And it has cost him the first leg, and ultimately after that he didn't win a leg.
Do you think that he was the dominant player today, he won all of his matches? Do you think he kind of went all in and ended up actually letting Conor Heenan take a big bite out of his chips? Because he would have taken him out if he'd have won that game.
Well, look at Conor in that situation. He'll be watching the board as if to say, please don't take out that 110. As soon as he goes bull and hits 25, what do you think Conor Heenan's thinking? He's thinking, you silly sod. You've just given me a chance, and you're going to regret that. And he did, because Heenan, after that, put in the best performance of the day, and because he's won 4-0, he's changed the leg difference completely. It's gone from being really close to having a 5-leg gap. That could be huge.
Right, let's talk about some of the other players in this group. Thomas Banks, he looked like a super talented, bright young thing today, didn't he?
Yeah, he was bouncing all over the stage. Great to watch. Really like him. It's easy to like someone who's young, vibrant and hungry. But the thing I really like about Banks is that he genuinely believes at the age of 17 that he belongs in this company. And I believe him. He's done things today that were better than yesterday, and with another night of rest in the bank, because I would advocate to have the rest instead of seeking out some more darting action or practice. I would say stay hungry, get rested, do a bit more of that tomorrow, and at very worst, get yourself into Group B.
Yeah, it was typical as well of Moreno Blom's day, wasn't it? We've seen Banks producing fantastic darts in this little exchange, but that really sums up what happened for Moreno Blom.
Yes, it does, and that's happened twice against Banks as well. So when they play each other tomorrow, it's not only going to be fast and furious and probably sub 10 minutes for 7 legs if they do it again, but it will be very entertaining.
Right, couple of other things to talk about. Let's start with Simon Adams, because the complete contrast to Moreno Blom. He was getting in those last leg deciders at the start of the day, and he was winning them.
And the reason for that is because he was playing his best darts in the last leg. He was not averaging well all day. It was a good 75, 76 all day. He won't be happy with that, even though he's admitted that that's his level, even though he does play some better stuff here at the Modus Super Series. But if you analyse the way he played in leg 7, he played better in that scenario than earlier in the match. So maybe he's just better with a little bit of urgency.
Right, speaking of analysis, you are a top analyst here at the Modus Super Series and across the sport of darts, but I'm going to give you something impossible to analyse now.
Please go.
Conor Heenan, 135, miscounts. Try and explain how he's managed this.
Well, the first thing is there's no hesitation going for the treble 19. He has got an opponent on 200. He thinks that by going 57 first, it gives him options. Now, when an opponent is on a finish, I think that's exactly the right play. For 133, I think he's just misread it. He thought he had 133. There was no hesitation between each dart. He thought it was 133 instead of 135, and he was very lucky to get another chance to take that leg. It was just a complete brain freeze, and it halted him for a good minute after that, but I guarantee it won't happen again.
Yeah, it could have been so costly for Connor. But he did manage to turn his day around. Here is the table at the end of the second day's play. And had Heenahan not done that, who knows if he'd have won the last game. And it could be completely over, couldn't it? Lonsdale could have been home and dry. But instead, 2 points between him and Heenahan. Banks and Adams just about still in contention as well.
Yes, they are, thanks to what Connor's just done. And we shouldn't take anything for granted either. Because if Lonsdale gets a slow start tomorrow the way that Heenahan did today, anything's possible. So I think Heenahan, being on both sides of the coin, he'll come into tomorrow with a fresh mindset, as if to say, well, I've given myself the opportunity, now I've got to take it, but other people could possibly swoop in the first couple of rounds.
Which way do you see it going?
Hard to say. I think with Heenahan's experience, you would fancy him to win the group, but he cannot start the way he did on Tuesday. With more on the line and the end in sight of Group A, I think Heenahan will be better tomorrow, and I think he might just get it done.
It's going to be gripping. Enjoy it. We'll see you tomorrow. Hope to see you tomorrow as well here at the Modus Super Series. The action resumes here on the YouTube channel from 9:30 a.m, where we are going to have a grandstand finish to Group A.